We are live. Can you guys hear me? Mic check, mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3. We have to do these old combo checks, like we used to do back in the old days, right? Especially some of you guys who understand that have been, down that military lane. Can you guys hear me? All right, awesome. Hey, what's going on, family? Peace, power, and profit to you all on this awesome Saturday. And I say awesome because guess what? We're breathing, right? If nothing else, and we have able-minded bodies to, engage the world as it may be under these obviously unfortunate circumstances and situations that are plaguing us left and right. It seems we cannot catch a break, right? It's like, what do you do, right? How do you sustain during these moments? But nonetheless, we are built for this. We're made for this, right? We are positioned for this, so to speak. And so, again, we're going to talk about that today a little bit, discuss some of those things. I thank you all for tuning in. If some of you guys are busy, again, I know you have things to take care and do, on your weekends. If not just, rest and relaxation, right? Some of you guys probably already going back to work or whatever the case, right? Or just busy, in general, getting after this market. And, when the weekend comes, you take that, proverbial break, right? And so it goes without saying again, salute to you all. Peace, power, and profit. Thank you for stopping by today, hanging out with your brother Afurakan Emporium. We're in the building. Got some things to talk about. I welcome you all to come on to the back panel, right? To the, hang out with me on the back panel so you can discuss some of the topics that we're going to discuss today. I'd like to hear your points, your views, your opinions, whatever the case, because I do know, the things that are surrounding us in general, affects us all, right? So this is not just a respective person, right? This is pretty much all of us. If it's not dealing with these hurricanes, if it's the coronavirus, the pandemic, the economic disparity, based on what happened for us, the pandemic, GDP, contractions, coronavirus, health and wealth issues, whatever the case, right? Again, we're all impacted by it some form or fashion, right? Family members or whomever, right? So, you're welcome to come on. Let me get that link. So you guys, if you want to come on, you can definitely come be a part of this discussion today. We're going to discuss obviously some, the usual stocks, right? Equity values, right? We got some Forex family in the house. We can go over the Forex side of the house, crypto, whatever the case. Again, the hurricane scenario, what's coming down the pipeline with that. Again, we have some very, very, very unfortunate news. Our brother, right? Our gifted brother, Chadwick Boseman passed away. I'm pretty sure you guys have got the news at this point. It's just staggering and heartbreaking. Even as an alpha male, I like to consider myself without doubt. I still have moments where I'm a real person too. And his death obviously shook me up a little bit, as it should, right? Because we're human, right? We're not robots, right? We're programmed to understand empathy and sympathy and sorrow and all these things as well. No matter how hard you are, no matter, what block or street you came from, right? That stuff matters not when you think about the value of suffrage, right? Especially when it comes, untimely through the aspect of what that brother obviously succumbed to, right? In terms of, dealing with cancer, right? Just that dreaded C word, right? That dreaded C word, cancer. Right. And so, definitely we're at liberty to discuss any of that, that people that want to kind of go into that. Obviously, I'm a big proponent, like I'm always professing, of health and wealth. Right. You can't have one without the other. Right. You can have all the money in the world, but if you have bad health, what good is it for you to have, the money? Well, of course, you can pay for good care, supposedly, high priced doctors and this, that, and the third, and private physicians. But ultimately, if the body in itself is at a point where it's somewhat near irreversible, then, come on, what do we do? Right? What do we do? So in saying all that, it's better to prepare now so you don't have to worry about those things later. And unfortunate for our brother Chadwick, who knew, right? A lot of people didn't know because they kept it out of the public eye. They kept his business, under wraps, as it should be, because again, it's personal. Again, what you gonna do? You're a fan. Well, let you go. Somebody that he don't know or that his money cannot, attest to help him get the best, health care that he needs, then so, what's it to you, right? Just understand that, it's just a part of what we consider to be daily life now, where cancer is just becoming everyday household conversation topic. It has unfortunately moved into our psyche. It has moved into some of our homes physically, and we're all here trying to make sense of it all, right? Right? And all these so-called, top-notch, larger than life companies out there who are in the fight to find some kind of cure, remedy, therapy for cancer. I mean, how long have they been in the game at this, right? But we got the best scientists in the world. We have the best this, that, and the third, and here it is. We can't even cure the common cold, right? But everybody getting all these accolades and high praises and this, that, and the third for for what? And I don't mean that in no shade, disrespect, right? Because these guys are a hell of a lot more than probably I am when it comes to administering health. Right? I do my little small part on the natural side, but ultimately, and again, we're dealing with a lot of unforeseen issues and ailments that are plaguing everybody. So again, we're going to discuss that. I want to kind of go all deep into it now. We'll definitely tap into that conversation as within the confines of the conversation today. Again, welcome all to the conversation. Thank you for stopping by today on this awesome Saturday, because also within this unfortunate news of our brother Chadwick Boseman, the Black Panther, as we all affectionately know him as. Again, he had other roles that he played in, so it wasn't just Black Panther alone. Other stuff that he did was just, again, phenomenal range actor. Great dude all around. Again, people's person. Guy came out of the south side of the nation, in terms of South Carolina, so he has that hospitality mindset within him. So he always seemed like the type of guy that just an average everyday brother, right? But with insurmountable value of talent. That he offered to the world, that we all was able to benefit from, his 43 years of life. Wherever at what point you might have met him or knew him, obviously going all the way back to his family. But for us, when he hit the acting scene, what that did for us. So again, we're going to discuss it. And also, I would say, just flipping from that to the other side of the house, the bipolar side of the house, we do have some good news. If you want to consider it good news, I am in my mind where I want to do something, and give back to you guys beyond just what we normally do when we're just giving out information. But I want to do a giveaway, right? I want to do a giveaway. I mean, I'm not giving away thousands and thousands of dollars like some of these guys be doing. Again, hey, what works for them works for them. Right, move on, Doc. All right, but I want to give away, some of my merchandise. All right, some of you guys didn't know I also have a little, specialty shop. My African Emporium specialty shop. I have merchandise in there, T-shirts and stuff. Artifacts. I call them artifacts. Art is facts. Obviously, in that case, some handmade pieces and things of that nature. But, I do have. I want to give away 3 shirts. One for the next 3 weeks to a subscriber. Someone who obviously has found value in this channel through some kind of means of a poll or some content creation. Question, whatever the case. It's just my way of giving back, right? So again, ain't nothing to, write home to mom about, but to me, it's just a form of appreciation, and it's a form of me saying thank you, right? If you just stopping by, checking out some of the content that's on my channel, any of the various videos, whatever, again, I do want to say, I appreciate you guys and I thank you, for your patronage, right? For your time, number one, but definitely for, your insight too, when we are discussing, stocks or whatever information in general. I thank you for it. All right. So with that being said, again, as you guys can see, I always try to somewhat, add some information down in my description box to kind of give you an oversight, some of the things that I'll be like, I'll be wanting to discuss, or, that we are going to discuss, beyond, just typical, start the live stream up and just go, right? All right. But again, just kind of the headline, paragraph that I have in my description box, it's no secret, right? 2020 has been one hell of a year for us all globally, right? And in particular, very untimely deaths. Again, we lost our brother, Kobe Bryant, which was very, very heart-wrenching, for a lot of us. I mean, that hurt a lot of people, globally. right? I'm pretty sure it's the same with Brother Chadwick too, but it was just staggering because the way that he passed away, right? I mean, no one could ever fathom being, locked up in an aircraft 10,000 plus feet in the air, whatever, and then something goes wrong and you pretty much at the mercy of the pilot, right? Which is unfortunate in Kobe's situation where he passed away, him and his daughter. And then other people that was on that helicopter as well. It's just very unfortunate. So again, losing him and many other people who passed away since then. Again, we're not overlooking them as well, but just having a recollection conversation because now our brother Chadwick, passed away again from colon cancer, right? 43 years young man, right? And again, as you can see on my screen here, I have the picture of them both, Kobe and Chadwick here. Again, just looking into those guys' faces, man, it's like, man, these guys should be just, who would think that, those two brothers would be gone right now, right? Two awesome individuals, whether, insert your own opinion, value, how you feel about them, regardless. But for me, hands down, two awesome individuals who were definitely, stars within their own particular crafts, skills, talents, whatever. And offered a lot of, inspiration to a lot of young people and olders too. Right. So there's always a scenario where people say, well, man, I want to be like Mike, but a lot of people obviously with, Gen X and Gen Zs or whatever, they like, man, I want to be like Kobe. Right. And some of them say LeBron, whomever your favorite star is, but nonetheless, you knew unequivocally his talent was just, larger than life, right? Larger than life. And also, he has some great philanthropy work he had in the process. Some great business acumen that he also had in this cadre of opportunities. He was really good businessman. People didn't know that about Kobe, but he was brokering some really major big deals. Definitely before his untimely death as well. So again, we can go on for days talk about those things, but as you can see, again, I definitely wanted to pay homage, again to him, but more so with knowing that our brother Chadwick, who passed away. Hey, what's going on? Sister Simply Unique in the house, Peace, Power, and Property. What's going on over David? See you guys popping through it there. We got the illustrious, awesome Miss Playhot Adventures in the building. Awesome content creator, awesome fashion model, awesome, i.e. insert, your greatest adjective. Go subscribe to that sister channel right now. She's knocking on that 1,000 subscriber door herself. She deserves to have well over 10,000 plus, 100 million subscribers just from the nature of who she is and what she does in terms of being a really good content creator. Again, seriously, A plus content creator. I mean, her editing is just like, man, like insert your favorite DJ, right? She's at that level, and I appreciate her. So what's going on over Brandon Jimerson? Peace, Power, Property. Happy to have you here as always. Happy to always see you guys in the building when y'all show up. Oba Sunline, first one in the door. Peace, Power, Profit to you, Oba, as always. Salute to you, the family, the whole orchestra of what we're trying to accomplish in our little think tank, our group. Again, financial literacy or bust, right? That's the T-shirt of the year, right? It's the T-shirt of the decade, I should say, right? Financial literacy or bust, right? If you anti-financial literacy, something wrong with you instinctively, just something is wrong with you. Right. If you hate having resources and hate having opportunity, you hate understanding how to, maneuver, on a global scale, then hey, something wrong, right? Something wrong. All right. But so yeah, peace, power, and profit to you all. Thank you. I'm really humbled by that. So yes, and what's the link to my show? I have it on my Facebook page. I'm in the process. I had a .com site, AfricanEmporium.com. I'm revamping. I'm going to do some, some different things, to encompass or incorporate a lot of the other business practices and things that I have. So I just been fortunate for the most part, most of my business I've been conducting has been through obviously, word of mouth events that I was doing before I came onto this scene. I was doing a lot of, cultural scenes, right? Cultural events, Baba Ashrock Kwesi, Dr. James Small, who's been in, obviously the documentary series Hidden Colors. A lot of those, esteemed elders have been, in those circles, right? Obviously, Baba Dick Gregory, you guys know, if you've seen, my picture I have on my Facebook page with me having pictures with the late, ancestor Bobby Dick Gregory. So a lot of those circles, right? Those were kind of circles I was moving in with my merch, with my, health and wealth awareness, crusade, as I like to call it. Those were the circles I was in. So I really neglected the ideal of just really putting forth the online commerce website to back that, because I was dealing with people, straight up. And so again, within that, I just use Facebook as that backdrop to take care of the rest. But again, merchandise, again, authentic products, accoutrements, health products, all natural based stuff, deodorant, soaps, toothpaste, lotions. Again, you name it, incense, the handmade craft products from all over the entire continent of Africa, handmade. So none of this, replicated stuff out of India and Asia. Nothing, no disrespect to them, but handmade pieces, the drums, the whole nine, carry all that and still carry it too, right? But t-shirts, this, that, and the third have those things as well. And now, fortunately, since I've hit 1,000 subscriber with YouTube, you can be able to advertise some of your products. I guess, right? I'm still learning all that stuff too. But I could be able to offer it through here as well, right? But most of the stuff, again, just been done strictly through, word of mouth. I send people, my catalogs, show them the merch I have available, and then I just send it out straight PayPal, Square, Cash App, whatever, right? So again, y'all know it's an earnest business, right? Like great earnest business practices. So CMOS, y'all know me definitely from a CMOS carrier, which is really good, especially in these times, especially with this coronavirus stuff. People need other opportunities to fortify themselves. It's a great help me in that regard. So I mean, hey, I've been around the block for a little minute, right? Dr. Claude Anderson, I've always done, events, with Dr. Claude Anderson, being in the presence of him. I mean, I've been Ava Muhammad. I mean, some of you guys are familiar with her, especially on that Nation of Islam side. She's a phenomenal speaker. Been in environments and events with her. Again, I can go on and on and on and on. Dr. Boyce Watkins, definitely, hands down. Again, really got excited, in the very beginning when we did the first, Black empowerment event. In terms of when it comes to that, health and well, pretty much just wealth, wealth building, right? Wealth curator, so to speak, getting people to understand financial literacy as a whole, and also being a part of his Black Business School, right? So, again, everybody has a resume, right? Or some kind of link affiliation or whatever the case, but we're all in the building for that. Hey, how's it going, family? D Jackson, peace, power, and profit to you. Happy to have you in the building. Happy to see these smiling faces and awesome individuals popping through. Again, I know it's Saturday. I know you guys are busy with family, friends, or just relaxing. Again, trying to dodge and duck this COVID, all right? This coronavirus every day, right? Got our blockers on, right? In that case, over our mouth and nose and whatever, even, glass or whatever, trying to, block this coronavirus. And weirdly so, we are definitely entering into supposedly the second wave, right? Because we definitely never got rid of the first wave. So, hey, that's something to think about, right? So going back, so we'll just start from the top and we'll go down the line. So the giveaway contest, again, I will be giving away 3 free t-shirts out of my merchandise, over the next, 3 weeks, right? So obviously starting next week, we'll come up with some kind of poll or a content question, whatever. And then we'll do, or maybe like a drawing, something like that. We'll do like a drawing. And then, at the end of the week, that weekend or whatever, we'll select the so-called winner and, I'll mail it out to them, right? Again, just a form of, my appreciation, right? For you guys tuning in, being a part of this journey, being a part of this community university, as I call it, this workshop environment in terms of what we do as, investors and traders on a daily basis, when we are live or just in general. The groups we hang out in, Discord rooms, Facebook, Twitter, Snap, Instagram, Stock, Twitch, wherever, right? Wherever we're putting, 2 brain cells together to kind of come up with some money, that's to be, appreciated. So thank you all for that. So what I'll do is, I'll leave it up to you guys in the sense, because I always say, the power is in the hands of the people, right? So, whether you guys want to do like a poll, a content, question value, or just do a drawing, right? Have everybody, leave a comment down in the comment section after the videos go up, and say, well, whoever obviously gets the most, I don't know, likes on their question. I don't know. We'll come up with something. I'll let you guys, be the descriptive of that. So again, it'll start next week. So definitely I got to be live next week, at least a minimum of 3 days out the week, right? So, but hopefully Monday, or if not even tomorrow, we'll start to kind of setting in motion what will be the the criteria for us, for the giveaway, right? So yeah. Right. So yeah, peace, power, and prophecy. So again, what I'll do also, I will post the shirts through a community post on YouTube, right, of what we're going to give away. And from there, we'll let things fall as they may, right? Let them fall in relation to where they may, right? So that's that, right? So just tune in for that. Again, if you got somebody maybe on the, that interested in learning what we talk about over here, definitely have them subscribe or just tune in. Again, whether they subscribe or don't, I really, I'm not that type of person that tells people to subscribe. I'm more so like, let's just go to work. And if people find value in the channel, they're going to subscribe regardless, right? If there's some content on here that they like and appreciate, they're going to subscribe regardless, right? And that's how this stuff works, right? So I'm not going to beat people down for a subscribe collection, right? Pass around the subscriber collection plate, right? Can we get a subscriber today? Can we get 10 today? Can we get 1,000 subscribers today? No, I'm just saying, hey, if you find value, like, share, subscribe, right? So now moving on. So now, again, COVID-19, we know the whole issue, that we're not out of the woodwork with that. It's still, is a force to be reckoned with in terms of this coronavirus and dealing with it. I mean, again, insert your favorite, scenario or issue you have with it. It's not getting any better, right? And when I say any better, meaning, there's a lot of stuff that came out since then in terms of, we got some so-called aspects of news that has given us a little bit of, I don't know if you want to call it a little bit of sigh of relief, but ultimately, we're still dealing with, massive issue here, massive issue here in terms of this pandemic and this steady, laying siege, right? Still laying siege to overall, country as a whole, right? And it's weird too, because again, there are some places around the entire world where these people are, have regressed and they out living their best life. They got a handle on their virus. Their people got disciplined. They're disciplined enough to say, we're not going to be doing all this foolishness, trying to just say it's a conspiracy. None of that. These people just got serious and say, you know what, for the greater good of my neighbor, right, and myself, I'm going to stay disciplined. I'm going to stay locked in or do what I got to do to slow the spread, right? When it comes to America, forget about it. We talked about this way back in February. Nothing new. We knew that America was going to be like the worst place ever to do a case study or use case study value in terms of coronavirus, because the people in this country, again, good luck, right? That's all you can say is good luck. Same thing we were saying back then in February. Here it is today, August, and it's like, hey, okay, here's the end result, right? The end result is pretty much what you see, right? It's definitely what you see. Matter of fact, let me share my screen here so we can get right to it, because this this American mindset is something unique, right? So here it is. This is the map of United States, and I mean, just look at this. Right? Just crazy, right? I mean, it's pretty much almost like a Verizon wireless coverage signal map, right? And it's unfortunate too, because again, a lot of this stuff could have been highly, backstopped before it became the spread that it did. We had issues in administration. We had issues in actual people too. So everybody's to blame, but it also falls back on the government first and foremost, because they have a lot of the resources and power and the law structure to really get ahead of this, to save the people. And they played chess, or that didn't even play chess. They played checkers, right? They just gambled out the gate and really didn't let the smart people come to the forefront of this and lead by their craft of example, right? You had shade tree mechanics telling you to do everything under the sun, right? So the consequences of what we're dealing with, right? And so we just been trying to dodge this stuff and do what we can, best we can to get through this, and hope, that, we're all spared in some kind of form of fashion, or at least our family members too. Right. So again, just looking at America here, I mean, it's just crazy, right? It's crazy. Even up there, and even look at Alaska. Alaska didn't even get spared, right? You would think Alaska, being way up there, like, man, like, come on, man, y'all brought the virus up here too. That's why we moved up here, to get away from all the craziness in the actual mainland states. Y'all done brought the virus way up here. Like, what selfish joker came up here with that Rona, right? Even they got hit. See what I'm saying? Even they got hit. So they got, again, what, a million confirmed cases up there? How is that even possible? No, okay, that's the overall America. Okay, I'm finna say, hold up, what that's about? Right. So, okay, that's an actual particular area. Right. So I'm sorry. So the Yukon Koyukuk, excuse me, I don't want to butcher that. The Koyukuk, excuse me, part of Alaska, it's saying they got 69 confirmed cases and 1 death. Right. So even they got 69 cases. Again, I'm not going to be going through every one, but just to show you that even up there, these people ain't even spared. Right. They're not even spared up there. Right. And so again, we already know what's going on. Again, in the greater mainland area of America, everybody's fighting. Again, New York is obviously kind of somewhat slightly pulled back, but now look at all this red in this area here around Texas, Louisiana. And again, Louisiana, man, come on, right? I mean, y'all, if it's not hurricanes, flooding, bad rain, whatever, just in general, God, they can't catch a break. How Louisiana now looks like, man. Right, where are my New Orleans people in the building, right? Even up in the Tennessee area, right? Just look at that red. Look at all this red there. Like, what are people doing in Louisiana? All right, they're so carefree and just like whatever. Again, Florida, I was in my home state of Florida. You definitely know what's going on there with Ron DeSantis, just making a mockery of science in general, just for Republican, posturing and pandering. Again, all them elderly people that have moved to Florida every year to try to get away these cold places, come down there and end up with being subjected to catching this coronavirus, and they already are more at risk. And so you got all these retirees coming to Florida just to be put right into the lion's den, right, the fiery pit, right, with this coronavirus. And again, couldn't make this stuff up, and you got all these explosive cases and people catching it, this, that, and the third. And here we are again, well over what, 7 months into this thing, and we still, have no really true backstop to deal with it. You get all these so-called therapeutics that came out, fast track designations, Operation Warp Speed, this Warp Speed, that, giving away billions of dollars of taxpayers' money to these particular companies to develop a vaccine. Again, there's rushing everything, right? And then there's, again, people want, again, always the quick fix, and that's the problem. Let me pause on that for a moment. Let that sink in. People always want that quick fix, right? And that's the problem. And so again, as opposed to preventive maintenance, having good health practices, doing the right thing to make sure that you protect yourself and fortify yourself and your family, your friends, that stuff is becoming like a thing of the past. Like, nobody believes in preventive maintenance. It's like go hard or go home. Like, who came up with that dumb thesis anyway? Right? Who came up with that dumb thesis anyway? Again, that's my opinion, of course. Right? Of course, my opinion. But it's ludicrous when you think about it, because it sets the bad precedence, a mindset where people just can be in it and everything they want to be. They ain't got to worry about, the consequences. Right? Just blatant, blatant ignorance to a degree. And that's where you will put somebody else at risk, at harm, just because you think you got an inalienable right to be that way. Right? Because you got court system to protect you, the police to protect you, all this stuff to protect you. If you violate somebody like them, you probably was a person who reckless like that, and you could just be in environments and whatever, you think you got a right to just do that. Right? Again, couldn't make this stuff up. But nonetheless, this is what we're dealing with. So again, you have to learn how to be a better defensive driver, right? It's like going through driving school again, right? To get your little learning license, whatever, right? They ask you that question: what's better, right? To be an offensive driver or a defensive driver, Well, I bet you if you ask that question today to a lot of people, they'll probably say offensive driver. They still haven't got it. They probably missed that one always out the gate, right? Let me try to, outthink them, whatever. Like, no, it's better to be a little bit more, cautious, right? So, but nonetheless, this is what we're dealing with. So again, you can think, or I would say, let me say this: you can thank your administration, right? Republicans and Democrats, everybody gonna catch this L today, right? Definitely you throw Trump under the bus, whether you like him or you don't. Again, y'all know I'm not affiliated with no party, so you can't come to me sideways talking about, your little favorite candidate. All of them charlatans to me. So save your breath, save your time, whatever, right? Save it, right? All right. They're all charlatans, right? And got a vial of snake oil to sell you. At the end of the day, right? They're there for votes, to stay, getting that taxpayer check, right? While they leave you sitting there trying to figure out how you even gonna get a check, right? Again, couldn't make this stuff up, right? Again, we're gonna talk about that, for the stimulus check update scenario, right? So again, this is what we're dealing with. So coronavirus is still alive and popping, right? So I always say it's hard to not get comfortable at a point when you think, just because you haven't caught it yet that you might be good. Don't let your guard down, right? Don't let your guard down if you can, because again, with the studies that are coming out now, they're also speaking about that the health implications post-COVID contraction are starting to be very lingering, right? It's starting to linger, right? Scarring the lungs, people having issues breathing, just what it does to people. The neural network has been disturbed in terms of, your brain capacity. Some of the, the viruses damage people's brain, especially the younger people I've been hearing. They also, stuff dealing with so-called sexual organs, male testicles. They're saying the virus lingers in the male testicles. I mean, what's that about, right? Like, what is that all about, right? So again, this virus is still, it's not, mapped properly, right? From a culture perspective, because again, some people saying that it's it's mutating, it has mutated some, so the science is still ongoing, right? The science of it is still ongoing. So with that being said, again, don't chance it if you don't have to. That's just my advice to you guys. I know you guys are smart who's tuning in, hanging out with your brother, but don't chance it, man, right? Because again, you just don't know, and we'll let those who are. And my sister Mo just popped in. What's going on, Sister Mo? Peace, power, and profit, Ilba.
Peace, power, and profit. I've been for a minute.
You know how it is. I know I am. When I get to talking and get going, I get to check stuff like this, man. I got that old school. Let me see. I be wanting to just go grind and get on to it. So forgive me. How you doing today?
All is well. I said, man, but African Emporium is getting it in. I just said, I got my sea moss smoothie. I don't know what I did with black seed oil to
Right?
get that. I'm
I
trying to
love
stay
it.
healthy. I'm trying to stay
Right?
healthy. Mhm. Just
It's them.
finished grinding at the flea market, so I'm out not at the park watching the girls play base softball from a distance.
Right? Awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, so
Yep.
a lot of you guys don't know. Our awesome sister Ilba Monica Lamb in the building. For you guys who obviously y'all definitely know if y'all been tuning into this channel, you definitely know who she is. But again, she does have a YouTube channel. I do implore that you guys go subscribe to her channel as well. Again, another awesome content creator when it comes to just financial literacy as a whole. You name it, that sister obviously wears that accolade, and rightfully so because she deserved it. And again, another entrepreneur. By spirit, by craft, by you name it, she's definitely someone you want to have in your corner, right? Ally at all intents and purposes. So, on the weekend, when she's grinding hard for us throughout the week, helping us with a lot of stuff, especially on the Urban Economic Empowerment Show and other endeavors, she's grinding that, getting it in on her commerce side of the house, right? With her jewelry, right? And you definitely want to connect with her on that. She got a $5, jewelry business model that. Again, women, y'all know as well as I know, especially during the pandemic and all that, how you losing when you can get beautiful, nice jewelry, saying for $5 setups, right?
That's right, baby.
So again, and look at the quality of the work she got, in the box and stuff like that. So this ain't just somebody to pull something out of, out of a little, Canal Street, New York, and say, hey, I got the nice little setup, right? It comes with some level of, curation and consistent value of just kind of give you a better product for less value. So Yeah, if you want to discuss that, share a little bit of that real quick, Sister Mo, since you just came off, your daily grind, in your environment there, how they can reach you on that and connect with you on the jury or whatever.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay, so paparazzi, of course, it's a distributor, MLM type chain company, and so you have the opportunity to buy the jewelry at $2.75 wholesale and sell it for $5. And then we also have $25 pieces as well, which is a little more upscale. As a matter of fact, Brett African Emporium, if when people start to see the jewelry enough, you'll notice that celebrities wear paparazzi. So when you're thinking that they're
Right.
wearing these high dollar pieces, they're actually probably wearing our $25 Z piece, or they might be wearing our $5 bling, right? So it's always
I
amazing to
think Lady, I
see.
don't mean to cut you. I think Lady Gaga. I think she was wearing some of it, and one of them female actresses recently.
Taraji.
Yeah, but no,
Taraji.
another one
Another
too.
one?
Yeah.
I'm sure they are, because let me
Yeah.
you got your screen share, but let me
Yeah.
show you
Yeah. Let me
let me show you something.
cut. I'll stop the screen share here real quick here. Uh. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna show
Let me
you some.
let me put it. Oh. Let me add. Yeah. There we go.
I might be able to get to it. Let's see. Yeah, they like pieces like eh, I got so I got so much up in here.
And I was just thinking to myself, you know what? You also, because we always come together and network, right? And so we always find, I was like, how you met my brother David, right? And
David was out there today.
getting it in, right? You need to connect with our sister Play Hot, right? Because she does a lot of what they call thrift shop looker book type, because she's a model,
Oh,
and so she can model some of those pieces. Y'all can get together. Y'all know how this stuff goes. I'm just gonna put that in the air, so I'll let it
yes.
rest at that. But connect with us, sister Play Hot. Y'all need to link up, and so because when you do your thrift shop look up with her clothing, she can have the
Yeah.
jewelry. Y'all get it. Yeah, but show your stuff. Let me just shut up and let you show your
Let me
stuff.
show it off. Let me show it off. Yeah, that would be phenomenal because um a lot of well, I appreciate you sharing individuals to network with, because sometimes people don't talk to other people unless somebody else refer them. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? And I'm not naive to understanding and knowing that, because you gotta people integrity and what people do these days is very very important. And I was right before I seen you went live. I was listening, since we're talking about, since we you shifted a little bit to business, is I was watching and listening to see this economist from Howard University was talking about the opportunity zone, right? And where the
right,
money at. And so he was like, no, true enough, they sent they push money in the opportunity zone, but when you look at the map, and I ask you to pull that up when we finish on a few pieces of jewelry. When you look at the map of where the money went and the businesses that it actually affected,
right.
they pretty much funded gentrification.
Oh, by all intents and purposes. By
and
all
then
intents and
and then
purposes.
oh, it benefited the black community. No, you gave them minimum wage jobs. So when I think in terms of entrepreneurship, little businesses like this, little home-based businesses that'll put money back in your pocket during tax season, right? Because mostly it's like, oh, how well do you do when you go out to the flea market? I said, listen, I do well enough, because not only am I able to sell the jewelry, I'm able to take the tax deductions for mileage. I'm able to write off my
Right,
meal. I'm able to write off, I'm justifying I'm doing business, so I'm able to write off my cell phone, the
right,
internet, right? The advertising, the money I spend for these props, the supplies, the advertising. Um, that I spend. So just that alone, just those 7 deductions alone. And oh yeah, by the way, since I'm using my vehicle part for business, I get to
Right.
get some of that depreciation on my vehicle. So it's more to me than just picking up the $5 jewelry set and trying to get it off, just trying to get the sale from that. And I tell people, it was like, how can you make money from it? I was like, how, if you understand how much money I save and keep in my pocket, you wouldn't ask me
You
that.
wouldn't even ask that question. It's a no-brainer. Because that's
Hey,
because a lot of our people don't understand commerce. They don't understand how business models is now in this day and age are set in a way where it's actually putting more power back in the hand of the entrepreneur, even from the wholesaler distributor. The distributor need what? Distributors,
yes,
right? So of course they
yes.
want. It's about the numbers game, right? Supply and demand. The more distributors, the lower the price can be. The more people can enjoy the product at a fraction of the price, and it's quality stuff in a way where you're not sitting there having to compete with a Macy's or a Tiffany's or whoever you go to, right? And spending all these thousands of dollars just to look good for
Yep.
half a second, just for a reason for the
For
person look at you
half a
like,
second.
right, for half a second, and the joker still looking at you like, man, look here, we gonna skip all this and go to the other part of the, to the date.
Hey, look, and you know how we do. We don't want to wear the same thing twice. We don't want to
Right,
wear we don't want to wear the same thing twice. So instead of going and spend hundreds of dollars, and I know you got your cool gold and silver that you go and pay higher price for, but when you
right,
going, I mean, COVID ain't letting you be nice right now. But when you
right,
going out and you doing great deal, doing business, you want to look good, and some of this costume jewelry helps you to do just that. Let me get some of this. Ah,
right. And if you think about it, again, because because I like the jewelry stuff that I carry. Again, it's like
uh-huh.
handmade stuff out of Africa, right?
I
And you
love it.
think about the stuff that they've been able to produce, and when they take that stuff out of Africa and they send it to Europe and Australia and all the other places, even the States, and they marking the prices up just through the roof, right? And so obviously
Yes,
they don't want to pay them people what they the work their stuff is really about, but
absolutely.
ultimately understanding commerce in a way where you can again, you can chart your own lane, your own path if you understood how to be able to kind of get into the into those pipeline, those distribution lanes, and so like she's saying, paparazzi jury giving you the best, again, you getting the best bang for your buck. You got scalability in terms of options for the price, right?
We
Color
get we
coordination,
get new jewelry every day.
right. They constantly churning this stuff up because now you build that pipeline out. So again, all this stuff is universal, the stuff we talk about anyway when it comes to stock investments, right? Companies and
Yes,
understanding how they pipeline is set up, right? Their supply chain distribution, right? The synergies and relationships that they're building with other partners to obviously build a coalition or allies, so to speak, right? And we're gonna get to that obviously when we talk about the Microsoft and Walmart deal for this TikTok scenario, which obviously now seems to be a sense of, I think, of national security, right? Who knew a public social media app is a national security issue? But
I
apparently it is.
know.
Apparently it is for President Trump and Navarro and the rest of those guys in that camp. But nonetheless, we're gonna talk about it. But yeah, but in the spirit of the entrepreneurs, guys, again, you see this woman demonstrating right now in front of y'all right now on this camera. This is what it's all about, man. I tell you, I actually missed those days because before, again, my situation again, y'all know I move a lot, but when I was back, in my, in the Upper Maryland, and between Baltimore, Philadelphia, New Jersey, New York area, and the clients that I had up there, was just man phenomenal, right? And again,
Yes,
like what she said, going around, on the weekend, hitting everybody up these businesses, the salon, the barbershops, the flea market, bringing those products to them, putting it in their hand, letting them touch it, smell it, tell it, taste it, all that, and building those relationships. Because that's the greatest thing about an entrepreneur is your what? Your
relationship.
relationships you build, right?
Yep.
Because you already know these people got your back, and word of mouth advertisement is the greatest form of advertisement on the planet, bar
And they be
none.
waiting for you.
And they be waiting because they know you coming with what? Them goods, right? And anything that you got new. What you got new coming this week? I got this.
Yes. Hey, they come to your table. Right now, COVID-19, due to COVID-19, we're backed up. We're getting our inventory in. And they was like, did you get the new stuff yet? I'm like, nope, not yet. I mean, it's trickling in, but we behind. They're like, so everybody's kind of like, but we had convention at the end of June, early early August, and this is what y'all gonna start to see hit the acting scene right here. Look at
Nice.
this. Look how gorgeous this is.
That is nice. I like that. Yeah,
Woo!
it's very nice.
These are $25 pieces. These are signature pieces.
Signature pieces. I see that there.
That means like the top earners in the company, they name they pick out and design a jewelry piece, and then they name the jewelry piece after them.
Nice.
Yes, yes, yes. And then so it's real interesting. You know, when I have event, you could tell when I'm at a high scale event because I pop one of these on
Right?
and I gotta show out, show up and show out.
Show up and
You
show out.
know,
That's it.
show the boss move on them and whatnot. And and it's funny because people know it's costume jewelry, but when you wear it and you look good with it, they be hating, they be hating.
Well, I would say, it's a simple reality, right? Looking good,
Look at it. Look at
it,
it. Can
the
you
aspect of,
imagine?
yeah, that's nice. That's nice there.
You're gonna
That's
start to
nice.
see all these on the runway.
Exactly.
So I got a few more, but I got so much up in here packed up nice. I go on Saturdays and Sundays to the
Now you
flea
got people
market.
like Michelle Obama. I think she didn't wore some.
Yes.
I think
Yep.
Beyonce didn't wore paparazzi. Regina
Yep.
King, I think that's the name. She didn't wore
Yes.
some.
Yes. Yep.
What's that one girl name?
Yep.
Man, what's
Everybody.
I think I did say
Nancy. Look, the people in Congress, they didn't want them too.
yep. Some of them
Yep. Cause
didn't wore.
I see them.
Sandra Bullock, she didn't wore
Yep.
paparazzi jewelry. Um, Again, man, you got some back. Rihanna then wore some pieces.
Oh yes, I can share. Yep, and I
Yep.
definitely we got urban pieces. We got some urban pieces. We got some male pieces. But those, if you look in the back, you see these boxes right here, these wooden boxes.
Hmm.
Those all of that jewelry is hung up in those boxes to make
Right.
it easy
For the
easier
display
for me to
case.
carry.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I'm
because
with you.
because of my injury or whatnot. But the funny thing is, was really tripping because people, I pull up and everything, and I have I got the chair in the back, and they'll see me come out with the canes, and then they'll start seeing me pull all these boxes out, right? And it's funny because the guys will just be looking, and they're like doing a tip like they want to help, but I've been and took everything out and set it up, and then they'll be like, you know what, I should have known.
Right.
And I tell them, I said, no, I'm not, I don't, it's not that I don't seek your assistance, is I'm not paralyzed. And so I can really I can do this stuff on my own, and I appreciate you guys trying to help me or whatever. They say, you know what? I'm just happy that you're not giving up. And I say, you know what? That means more to me than life. So,
Right.
uh, to
Except
hear
that
that,
that
oh yeah.
uh,
Yeah, and
they,
then it's to show, and for most people who don't know, the sales that I make in my paparazzi, I put it. That's how I'm able to do those scholarships every month. Let me that little shameless plug up in there.
no,
So
that's a good
every
plug.
yeah, so every month, you guys, since April, well, I have my annual scholarship, the Lamb Professionals Solutions Basketball Scholarship. I give out
And so
every
for you guys who don't
April.
understand, Lamb Professional Solutions is the name of her business. She is an incorporated business owner. So this ain't no, shade tree mechanic stuff, right? She's legit. Not that it matters
Very
because everybody start from somewhere till you get where you need to go. But as long as you have that dream and drive, that's all you need. Right. But go
that's
for it,
right.
sis.
That's right. And so I give out a basketball scholarship, a $500 basketball scholarship every April, sometimes two. And so we've been giving them out, and I have another veteran friend who always gives to the community. So when she saw me giving, she was like, you know what? I want to match your scholarships. She said, I want to do at least one a month. Well, first she was like, I want to see you scholarship. So I end up giving out three. So I was like, okay. So then she hit me up the next 2 weeks. You ready to give another scholarship? And I kid you not,
Nice.
Brother African Emporium, we didn't gave out 11 $500 scholarships, six $25 scholarships. So if somebody shows interest and they don't send me the essay, we still try to give them a list, right? So
Right.
now, since last month, August, we've added a laptop and a 32
Nice.
inch TV.
Wow.
So if you have, and I've been saying this for 2 years, and I swear, brother, it's like pulling teeth to get these students to send me a 250 word essay. It doesn't matter where you at in the United States. If you have a 2020 graduate, a cousin, a niece, a friend, somebody, right, and they're 2020 graduate, you have them send me a 250 word essay to my email, T as in Tango, V as in Victor. Oh, I said it wrong. T as in Tango, C as in Charlie, V as in Victor, 29209 at gmail.com. I will put them in consideration for that scholarship. The reason is because next month on the 4th, next Friday, you will see me go live again. I have a $500 scholarship. I will have the $500 giveaway and the laptop and a $250
What's that
giveaway.
email
Because
again, please, so I can type it in the back chat?
T as in Tango, C as in Charlie, V as in Victor, 29209 at gmail.com. So TCV29209 at gmail.com. And we on the 4th of September, I already have the two awardees on the for the 4th, and that's in Opelousas, Louisiana. Um and one's getting 500 and one's getting a laptop at 250. And I will save the TV monitor, the TV for next month unless I get some more donations, and then I'll pick a third student. So this is not a game. This is not a scam. You can go to my Facebook and you will see all the videos of me personally handing checks or giving out cash. And the idea behind it, someone asked me, they said, Brother African Emporium, they said, Mo, I don't think what you're doing is very effective. And I said, what do you mean? It's like because you're giving out 500 increments to multiple people. Why don't you just take all of that money and just give it out to one? And so I was like, well, you got to know my experience. My experience behind that is that when I went to college, I took my little butt from Opelousas, Louisiana to Fort Scott, Kansas, like a crazy girl on a Greyhound bus with $70 in my pocket.
Right,
No comforter, no sheets, no refrigerator,
right.
no microwave. Listen, if
And
somebody would
trying
have
to
gave me five,
right. I just been saying you don't even know you didn't start, man. That's revolutionary. Because I got some accoutrement money. I got some shake and move money. You finna tell me because y'all know this like if y'all have been to college, y'all know exactly what it's like. You go to college to hustle. Not just in the classroom, but even in existence sometimes, especially when you got no full ride. Even full ride scholarships to be struggling. I
even
know a lot
full
of full
ride,
ride scholarship people they be struggling. They ain't got enough to really take
no
care of them.
work study. They don't give you no work study,
Especially when you
right?
got full ride, you got that means you got to take that what they give you, and now you in the box,
Your
or you
parents
violate
look.
the scholarship.
You glad you there. Your parents ain't got no money, or they got enough for them to survive, but not enough to just be giving you out that money
Right,
every day, And so, man, listen, let me tell you something. I was an athlete. So I was running cross countries. That meant I was up when the dining facility was open for breakfast in the morning. I was out there running. When 12 o'clock noon hit, I was out there at shooting practice because I played basketball. And then at
right,
5, I had actual basketball practice. So, hey, when was I going to eat? And so
right.
I listen, I told him, I said, what's really funny is I wore the same clothes from high school throughout my 4 years of college. When I
Smart,
got to my senior
smart.
year, I think one of the ladies on the basket, one of the girls on the basketball team, she was a little bit older than me. She gave me some clothes. She said, Mo, I don't want to offend you, but I have all these clothes and I'd like to share with you. I was like, sure. I wore those clothes with pride.
Right.
Forget
You know what I'm
that.
saying?
And I tell people, they was like, what? I said, yeah, the only thing you remember, about me is the fact of, what I am now, retired army, this, that, or whatever, right? Education, all that stuff. But do you, if I tell you, how humbly I went through school with lacking of nothing. Yes, I'm giving them $500. Yes, I'm putting the $500 in their hand,
Right. Which
not
we
in the
see,
school's
and we
hand.
know, that she, again, we only have to even discuss it on this channel because again, we vouch for who we, who we submit before people on this channel by all intents and purposes, because
Yes.
we all roll together anyway. So we know the character of the people on
Yes.
this channel, right? Because of the content
Yes.
we put out.
Brother Sunline, and even Captain Tazariak has given.
Right.
Kaya, I mean, everybody in the conscious community, what we call conscious community on the social media, YouTube, at some point or another has given a donation, whether it was $2, $5, $25, or $100. They have patronized. I lead, I do, Knowledge Born. Those are the higher givers or whatnot. Hey, listen, those fellas, they have really poured in, and so I make sure, and that's how I end up with more than one scholarship in a month. Because when I get those donations in, I want to get it out my hands and get it into the students' hands. And
ASAP.
so,
Right.
yes. So it's been a blessing to support and helps the students. Captain Zariak actually has a high school 2020 graduate, so I'm waiting for her to send her community service letter in. Why is it important to give back to the community? And when I get those essays and you read them, and I said, you know what, this is for the right reason, because they share the same heart, they share the same experiences, and so I know that we patronize, and the kids are so happy. Listen, there are so one student last month, when I went, she didn't know why her dance teacher had called her to the studio, and when I got there, she didn't know who I was. And so when I was talking to him and I pull out the laptop and I gave it to her, she was like, "What?" I went look. She's like, "I didn't know
Right.
how I was gonna do school. I didn't know what I was gonna do. It was crazy." So when the person said it wasn't effective, I was like, "Listen, I will let the students tell you themselves." And we
Right.
got so for you
I,
guys
I
out
don't know
there,
nobody out there, especially that's headed to a higher learning education, regardless if your parents got it or don't got it, that can't use liquid capital or cash at their disposal to help them navigate school a little bit. It be it in it's something
yes,
minute, whatever, even to pay a bill. Again, it's a no brainer, right? And so
no brainer.
it's in itself. It's just this is a leg up. This is a leg up. This is a
Yes,
help, man. Man, look,
yes. Yes, and I told, so for those out there, this is the last thing I'll say on the scholarship. We got 3 more months left in the year, October, November, and I'm gonna tell you, my birthday and Tamika's birthday is in December. Hers on the 26th and mine's on the 28th, and we already planning. Of hey, listen, whoever those students are in the month of December, we gonna hook y'all up. Hey, listen, it's gonna be our birthday, but we gonna be giving the gifts to y'all. That's all I'm gonna say about that. So, hey, listen,
nice.
if you know somebody, put them in, neighbor, somebody, you know, so we can. And they don't have to be going to college. If they chose to take a job, if they're a 2020 graduate, let us bless them. Let us bless them.
Facts.
They starting their own business or whatever. This will be an opportunity for them to start an account. And I'm gonna tell you, brother, after when I talk to them one on one, after they contact me, and I talk to them one on one, I tell them about Stash. I tell them about
There you
Robinhood.
go.
I tell them about Webull. So that
That
they can
bridge.
actually. Exactly. I said take a percentage of it. I'm not telling you to take it all, but you need to start somewhere.
Right, and at least saying a portion of it. Again, like you said, if it's just okay, they've blessed me, so let me go ahead and put forth this thing that carry itself forward and appreciate. Again, Apple just had that split, right? And we're gonna talk about that a little bit. So Apple does the forward split. Now they can afford one share of Apple, right? They can buy one share of Apple and the rest they can put it, to good use, right? Bills, supplies, i.e. whatever. And so again, just knowing that, guys, it's just, to me, it's just revolutionary because we all need, some kind of form of community where you can help people, to be able to kind of, again, get through these little moments, in life where that it might be shortage in terms of the parents or this, that, and third, whatever. Just in general, because y'all know the government ain't giving you nothing but a headache, right? And some coronavirus, right? And tell you to sit down somewhere, right? But they tell you they got all the backstops and remedies to protect you and help you. Now they the one passing it out. right? Because they
Yep.
may make more money off you when you what? You sick, despair, and messed up. Again, biggest wealth transfer ever in the history of the United States just happened under this coronavirus pandemic. CEOs made in the tunes of hundreds of billions of dollars off everybody else's despair, and they riding out into the sunset with a golden parachute, and they ain't even retired yet. Couldn't make this
Ain't
stuff
even.
up. couldn't make this stuff up. And so that's why it's important, for what we do. We are in the financial literacy gang, right? We study this stuff, we follow this stuff, we follow the money, right? That's our biggest saying: follow the money, right? Because you learning how to follow the money determines, whether or not other things around you are being able to be backstopped or not, and you know the reason why, right? Because they're do busy trying to grease the palms of people who are already who are well to do.
Yep.
And so that's why we need to have our own endeavors to be stewards of, again, entrepreneur values, learning how to make your own money, right? Learning how to coin your own dime under your own time, right? And learning how to use forums and environments and also people like our sister Monica Lamb that can help, the community in a lot of ways that you can even imagine. Again, $500 scholarship. Come on, guys. We can go to a lot of these little, some of these government websites on the federal education sites like that, and they some of them have lists of different contract, but grants that they give out. Some of them around $100. So you can't. And this is people that got so-called got money. They give away like $100 here too. And here it is. She's giving 500. Right. So again, I always tell people it's a no-brainer. Right. It's a no-brainer.
Yes. And you know what? Um, we just don't. Okay, so right now, of course, being that what we're going through in reference to them wanting to acknowledge racial inequality, a lot of the corporations, a lot of your neighborhood department stores, grocery stores have grants and have scholarships, and so they're handing out money. So, like the HBCUs here in the Carolinas, Blue Cross Blue Shield gave all five HBCUs 3 million to cover students laptops and create a lab, 2 million for to educate the instructors on e-platforms and how to do things online for students, and the fourth one was to cover some tuition balances and some stipends for some students. So that's five HBCUs. So those same companies have money, for scholarships, and this is the perfect time since they want to give away, and we're going into the fourth quarter soon. So we
Right.
ended up the third quarter, going into the fourth quarter. So this is the opportunity for you to either you have a foundation and you write to them, or you have your student write to them. Like, don't sleep on it, because back with that opportunity zone, what I found out is that with okay, so they're allowing other businesses to come in and build up, and then they hire you for minimum wage. Come on, y'all, we got to build
Right.
this. We got to be beating the doors down in a whole different manner,
Facts.
you know. So
Totally agree with that.
yeah,
And so just being able to provide again people a pathway or blueprint, right, to be able to kind of know how to navigate. That's in itself again just larger than life, because again, just putting in the context in terms of what we're dealing with as far as the coronavirus and how it pretty much stopped pretty much everything, and the I would say the carnage that's coming behind it. And it's like, when the hurricane come, right? Since we got the hurricane, we're going to discuss that, in the eye of the storm, it seems like, okay, yeah, everything clear, right? You can look up and see the sun, but as soon as you get out that eye and them bands hit you, right? Right? It come all the debris, the damage and everything else. So, again, people, don't understand it even from a place of where we're at in terms of business. You need to be kind of preparing, right? At all facts of life, you need not let your guard down. You stay preparing, period. Right?
yep.
Because again, you still subjected to, the same things everybody, and it's a domino effect. So if one aspect of governments go down, a governance or a business or infrastructure or institution or something that's within your community that helps your environment, then imagine again, the backlash from that. Imagine the collateral damage, I should say, from that. And so
And
that's important to always know that, guys. So that way you can't let your guard down.
and speaking of the disaster, remember FEMA, federal money, federal dollars. Don't let those contractors. I'm nothing against contractors crossing state lines, but don't you have to learn something from the last 3-4 disasters by individuals companies coming in and then they paying you $8 and $10 to clean up all of that debris. You had to learn something. Hopefully you started a business and you need to be the prime contractor. You need to be the one paying your people a fair wage, so when they start to rebuild they have money that they can start from. Because I'm telling you,
Facts.
they pouring the money. FEMA has it. It's going. I'm gonna tell you right now. They push that money down to your county, your cities, right? And they've created certification. So if your business is not certified, they're not gonna consider you. So you need to hit a sister up if you need to get that done in Louisiana and Texas
Facts.
area. And also they're working. If you know brother Kenneth Stokes, he's out of Kansas, but he knows a lot about adjustments. And so if you're working with your insurance company, are you paying professional insurance? Ask them, or are they working with disasters? Are they designating people for disasters? So that if they have that funding and they designate you or contact you, because you know what you do. You call the insurance company, tell them your house been damaged, this, that, or whatever. They say, okay, do you have somebody to fix the actual problem? And you'll either say no. Can you send me somebody? And they will call the company. You need to be a vendor of your insurance.
Nice.
Preaching better than you guys are clapping. I'm telling.
That's interesting. No, that's very interesting. See that, man. Jules, literally
Yes,
and physically, Jules.
yes. And I do have a website. It's lambps.vpweb.com. All of the little business ventures I do, my econ, all of it has a website. But you guys will see that on. You guys come on the Wednesday show. You see all that on the slides that we put up sometimes, and you'll see it on my Facebook. Full of business. Trying to help. And one of the things we have
Let
I
me
have a
type it
class.
in the back chat real quick too while we talking real quick.
Yeah,
So,
lamb.
I,
Yeah,
mm,
lamb ps for lamb ps dot v as in Victor, p as in Papa, web.com. Um, and that's all in reference to the federal contracting and the grants. And so I do the class on Tuesday evenings, and you have to join my econ team in order to take the class. It's $34.95 a month, $29.95 to sign up, $34.95 a month. And the reason I do that, if you inbox me on Facebook or Messenger, the reason I do that because it's business for me. That is my financial literacy business piece. So I get you to sign up because I want you to understand the tools that are in there that's available to you when you do sign up. And all of it is a tax write-off. I don't want you giving me $100 because that's what it adds up to after 12 weeks. I don't want that. I want you to sign up because I'm showing you something. I'm trying to teach you something. And until you have the discipline to set aside money in a certain manner to learn how to stack teams and things of that nature, you're not going to come out of your economic situation.
facts, facts. And again, as we all know, it's
Yes.
about establishing, that kind of core, value system, business solution value system. Because again, having people who are very familiar with those lanes that can help you again navigate it better. Least path of resistance, as I'm always saying, right? To I'm blue in the face, the least path of resistance, right? Why keep stumbling and stumbling and stumbling before you catch traction when you don't have to? Right?
Yes.
Because you have people who've already have experience, natural progression in these things that again help you not make those mistakes. And it's the same thing we do on this channel when we're breaking down opportunity through the aspects of financial literacy when it comes to investment value, stocks, whatever, all the different asset classes. It's to just again to come together, workshop, think tank, this, that, and the third, to kind of come up with these solutions or best use case practices that you can implement in your life, right? That's not going to cost you arm, leg, kneecap, lung, kidney, whatever. And now you can get right into the game and start getting it, right? So that's where you need to park a lot of your time at. You always park your time in places that are fruitful and that can help you again get to your goals a lot faster than what later. Again, least path of resistance. If you bucking against that, something is wrong with you
Yes.
mentally.
Yes. I started my brother with a stash account, right? And only thing, guys, only thing my brother's been doing is been doing stash party. And so I put a couple bucks in his account, without him knowing, like $20 or whatever, and I invested in one little stock or whatever. So I had told him one day, I said, "Let me see your stash." He said, "Okay, I'll open it up." So he opened it. He said, "Whoa!"
Right. Like where all this came from.
Because
Like,
he
who
had
put that in there? Who done this? Who done this?
yeah, he was like, "Don't touch my stuff. Don't touch my stuff." And I said, "Excuse you, I'm the one." Yeah. I was because I was wanting him to get in the mindset early for some things that probably was gonna go bullish later, and it was so funny.
Right.
So I showed him today that he got the $20 referral, so he went up some more. Oh man,
Nice. Sign somebody up under. Yep.
well, Uncle Charles
Got
said,
him.
"Man,
Got
put
him.
me
That's how
in,
you
put
do
me
it.
in."
I always tell people it's so simple. Why y'all fighting against this? Especially if y'all got family members who are late to this. Because I always say, you guys are the vanguard of financial literacy in your house when it comes to investments, right? Because y'all learning how to invest now. And a lot of y'all family members don't even have a brokerage account. They got their little 401k, the little TSPs, right? And they think that's the extent of their investment value, right? Somebody else managing their money. And so guess what? It's in your best interest, you being the vanguard, right, to help them get acclimated. Sign up their accounts for them, even without their permission if necessary, right? Because they ain't gonna hurt them. And
Yep.
guess what? They gonna benefit. You gonna benefit. They use your referral link. Everybody gonna walk away with some money. These brokers accounts are salivating to give away these stocks for free. And people around here is like, man, they sitting there politicking like it's life or death. Are you serious?
Stash gave you Apple and Tesla fraction of share
Already. As they say, already. They say in Texas, right? Already.
With 26 cents, you can at least probably make about $5 or $10.
Easy. And they don't understand how this stuff turns over. So we always, again, best use case practices. Again, you being out of the game is already a detriment to your what? Your growth and evolution, especially when it comes to finances. Yes. Right? So it's a saying, right? Those who are not invested, right, are losing more, right, over time than those who are invested. And I don't care if you're making 6 figures, 5 figures, whatever the case, because if that money that you are pulling in is not growing and it's constantly flowing out, it's not income receivable, right? Right. You are in a position where you're going to get caught through the value of inflation. Yes. You're going to make less every year if you're not getting a pay grade to keep up with the level of inflation. So by proxy of that, you're losing, right? And then you still ain't changed your habits if you constantly, spending on this, spending on that. Again, kind of living above your means and trying to present this kind of, I guess, in your mindset that you can hang. Well, guess what? Coronavirus hit. How many people out there balling now? Ooh-wee. Right? A lot of jokers around here looking like, man, look, pimp season is down. Pimp down. Right? Looking scratch. Everybody like, man, I don't know what's, how I'm going to feed myself, how I'm going to do this and that. Because we realize that, again, see, this is where, as they say, opportunity is born out of chaos. Right?
Yes.
That only applies to people who are prepared. Let me repeat that. That only applies to people who are prepared mentally and physically. And if your physical ain't caught up yet, at least you got the mindset. You know how to go, shake, and move to, again, to bring in the physical, right? But you have to understand your place in this food chain. And you have to start like yesterday. You cannot wait. Stop putting it off. Stop trying to convince yourself you got time. And we can show you lit on paper just from our stock investment because numbers don't lie. Again, these things turned over. Again, literally, look at Tesla. Tesla was at 380 something around end of March.
Yes.
380 at the end of March. And it went to $2,300 literally just a couple of days ago.
Yep.
You would have to work a job 20 plus years and get an average value of what they call a so-called incremental pay increase every year to meet that level of compensation in terms of a percentage gain value of your worth. It would take years and years to get that. Or a money market account. Again, that's paying you peanuts on the dollar, which is already a slap in the face. Now they can't pay you nothing because guess what? We had almost zero interest rate. A money market account through a bank right now is useless.
Yes.
You come out better again, put it in the brokerage account, right? And man, see, this is why people need to sit down and come to these forums, right? Because they ain't teaching this in school, and they're not going to teach it in school, right? And you need to learn how to shake and move, because that's how these people getting richer. They ain't getting richer by elbows, knees, and backs and sweating. They get richer off people who are not prepared and organized and understand what they need to be doing, and they making money off your suffering.
You know, so the a brother came on. I think you wasn't on yet on Wednesday, and said that that it wasn't a good idea to put our money in the equities market. All focus just on the equities market. That we should have diversity and we should have some bonds. It's not the first time I heard somebody say that in reference to you guys are following up the stock market, but you should be invested in the bond market. Hello.
Yeah. Okay. They was telling you that you shouldn't be invested in equity, but in the bond market.
Yeah, that a percent. Yeah, a portion of the portfolio should be in the bond market.
So, in essence, to what we are obviously always professional on this channel, just what you understand the lay of the land, and we understand diversity, right?
Right.
There's no one credible aspect of investing that tells you to have all your allocation in one, lane anyway, right? So whether you favor one or the other, ultimately the end goal is what? Return value,
yes.
Right? So we always say ROI, ROE,
that's what I
right?
say.
Right? ROA. What are all these different aspects of that? So it's about, again,
return on investment.
Right, best bang for your buck, right? So that's what I love about it, is because you are in a somewhat of an even playing field of opportunity within it, right? So if it's working for you in the bond market because it's been backstopped by the Fed, that's basically why bonds are all over the place, right? The mortgage-backed lending loans and things like that. The Treasury is obviously back, that's being protected by the Federal Reserve under this coronavirus scenario. They buying junk bonds, right? Even junk bonds, HYG and a few others are catching bids, right? Because they're basically subsidizing debt. Now, any smart business person knows that's the worst blueprint you could ever do, right? But that's why the Fed is doing it, right? So again, if you can so-called, what they say, ride the train until that it runs dry, because it's gonna come to a stop, right? And people gonna go back to more what? Prioritize assets that are obviously more indicative of producing, growth aspects in the aspect, right? Ain't no love in the junk bond world. That's why they call them junk bonds. Right? Ain't no love over there in the junk world, right? So again, they serving a minuscule purpose now, because they're trying to subsidize debt to keep us from what defaulting faster. That don't mean saying we're not going to default. They mean they're just trying to slow the bleed, right? So again, but that's why we learn what we learn on this channel, and we're strategizing in a way where you understand. Again, there's no rhyme or reason. It's about you receiving your return on your investment value based on what you put your due diligence into it. And we'll leave it at that, right? So, but again, just always look across the broader spectrum of the land, right? Check everything out, right? Look into everything, learn it. It costs you nothing, right? And then you can make a good decision from there. Hey, what's going on, brother Chaos Rain? We see you done popped in the building. Long time no hear from. What's going on today?
Yeah, man. You were suspended for like 3 months.
Yeah, man. They again, under that infectious disease broadcast we did, but it ain't stopped nothing. Just only made us stronger.
Yeah, man. That's why I don't do them things, man. I don't really talk about a lot of things that's going on. Even to this thing with this man's death, I tried to avoid it. Too much distractions going around. A lot of things have been pushed past when people that's well known, people give their energy to one side while things are being fried under the table that you're not aware of. I don't do things, to be honest with you. So matter of fact, people think about that's the best time to put anything under the mat where people not paying attention unless you read it on the newspaper. Because when Kobe died back in January of this year, there was some newspaper that talked about some of the same virus started to spread like wildfire that same January, and then no one really catch wind with it until the end of February. So
right.
That's how they work it, man. That's why and I'm not saying the man really was sick or died. I'm move beyond that. I look at it, say the timing. You get me? I focus always on timing.
Well, again, just like I was, as you can see in my description box, I said this has just been one heck of a year. You know, who knew, you know, the turn of this so-called decade would start off with this kind of bang, right? This is how you work. You talking about welcoming me in an entire new decade, and here it is, you dealing with pandemic. You dealing with, again, untimely deaths, unfortunate that. You dealing with, again, global issues of still that were not necessarily, you know, dealt with from previous scenarios and sessions of war, this, that, third. I mean, all kind of things are happening, right? And you say to yourself, like, man, you know, this is just the, you know, the beginning. You know, what's next year's going to look like? But for the most part, you know, like I was saying earlier, this is where the resilient people, this is where, you know, their positions obviously get established even more. Yes. Right? Because they were prepared, right? And there were people like that will, you know, look at you and like laugh at you, like, well, why are you going sitting around and doing all this, and why you ain't coming out and hanging out with us partying? Why you ain't doing this, that, and the third? It goes back to the most simple fable of all time, like the Three Little Pigs. Jokers out there building their house with toilet paper, right? Wet toilet paper, you gonna test who you touch it. They building their house with soda straws, right? They doing all this, you know, this, you know, it's not that serious. It's not this, and that, and third. But that person who built their house with steel and bricks and fortified wood and things like. Those are the people right now, like, yep, yep. And then they need rubbing their face, like, yep, hey, you know, you ready to get right now? Come on over here, right? Come on over here. Let's get you going.
And you know, it's crazy you say that because about preparation. I didn't get to tell you guys, but I got a phone call, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, from a governmental agency that was interested in me training for a virtual call center. So
wow.
What I did was Janisa designed a curriculum, a teacher's manual, and a workbook. She designed it for 6 topics. And so we presented. So what we did, we found an online training, and we mirrored her essential skills, and we presented it to them. And so the whole time, I'm thinking they wanting us to get these vision impaired individuals hired. Wasn't thinking, okay, they got money and they trying to just pay you to get them trained, and they'll get them hired. So yesterday I had my second interview with them, and she was like, no, we just want you to train, and this is what we want from it. Listen, it's gonna be, I passed it to Janisa to give her first governmental contract. This
wow.
is like overwhelmingly awesome.
That's man, look, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
And what won them over was because I had remember when I first started doing some little trainings, when you started doing the investments, I was doing some little trainings too.
Right.
And I always talked about putting the workbook, when you got your
right.
Your for-profit and you want to go out and you want to get contracts, you have to put a program together. You have to do a workbook. You got to have some kind of teacher's man. You got to be able to teach.
Like a portfolio. It's just basically a ledger portfolio rubric.
Right, just like they do in the education system. When you go to college, you go to tech school, right? And she did that, and hers is awesome. And man, they was like, yes, we want it. So I have to send in the quote. I have to send in the quote and send in the agenda. She's gonna teach it from 9 to 4, from in the month of October.
Nice.
And, man, this is gonna be paramount. So when you talk about being prepared, so the whole time we training, like, you know what? Everybody ain't broke, and the government is giving out money. We gonna get some of this program money somewhere.
You best believe it.
It came to us, but she was ready. We were prepared. I have something too, but I mean, you know, I'm the type of person. I'm gonna help. I'm gonna bring in the team. So that way, it's not
split
just
that pie.
We're all eating. We're all eating. And then my buddy called me from Greenville. What's it called? Goodwills. So if you guys got Goodwills in your area, Goodwill has gotten grant money, and they're looking for people to teach these different trades. But again, you got to come prepared. Just the way Janisa was. You got to have your curriculum together, and they are paying for participants they're paying for people to participate in your program. Okay, but your stuff got to be tight. And I know you guys probably seen on Facebook, I posted a skills trade flyer. Those are my friends out of Greenville. They already got connected. Right. So I'm hoping out of our agency that we're able to go behind the scenes and put out justice and pick up their training money as well. So when you talked about being prepared, baby, that's what we're doing behind the scenes. Everybody out there trying to act like they was gonna die if they stayed in the house.
Right. 100% right. And then so again, just leading by example, being able to provide, again, as I'm always saying, a pathway where people can kind of follow in your, with behind that level of, a person trailblazing the experience and getting all the, the needed, information or data points to share it with you. It's a no-brainer in that perspective, right? Again, you do your own due diligence, of course. You should anyway. Why wouldn't you, right? But within knowing that, the framework of what people are putting out based upon how they operate and move anyway. So again, what you do is instrumental in so many ways. And just seeing people then out in the circle that we all run in, they're all now starting to benefit from it. It's just large in life. And so many other people who are going to also now be inspired, right, to now look into these things, because that's what it's supposed to be about, right? It's a network, right? That's what networking is all about. You learn all this stuff in grade school to get to become an adult just to forget about it. Like, what? Like, no, that's the whole purpose. Now you link with people who are actually shaking and moving, making things happen. Right? They're making things happen now, and you're seeing it, coming to fruition, right? And so, I don't know. Some people stumble with that, and they struggle with it, and I'm like, it's not that you should not have to, right? You should not have to. And speaking above that, kind of moving in context of the conversation, the stimulus check, right? The whole stimulus check scenario, right? And we spoke about that, I mean, just come on, extensively. And we know now exactly what's happening here. This is more of the same. It's politics, right? It's the dangling of the carrot, right? But it's not them cutting the check, right? They're holding your money, which is taxpayers' money, because that's who's paying. That's who's funding all this. What's funny? The taxpayer money is funding all of this, right? This ain't money that just came in through some kind of business venture that America had with other nations, this, that, and the third, and now they're paying that with that surplus. They're using your future debt to fund their present, motives and profit values that they can benefit off of, because someone is benefiting off of it, right? And apparently it's not the American people, because everybody now still trying to figure out, how they gonna feed themselves. Look at the food bank lines that, that'll make your heart break. And I seen some food bank lines in New York. They were publicizing that. It's like, this is, you talking about in New York, you got a food bank line that's stretched around blocks, right? People can't even feed themselves, and again, and then you going into the second wave of the coronavirus, right? They gambled obviously on the idea of this whole vaccine stuff in the beginning, because, they was like, well, we're just putting everybody back to work if we can. We're just trying to get the GDP numbers right. We're going to put people at homes, in harm's way, because we know, they're going to have a vaccine ready by the fall. Okay, man, they don't understand how this stuff works. People are gambling on that with them. And because of that, now everybody's losing.
And if people would have listened to me last fall when I talked about the feeding program and how to get involved with it, they could have not only made money, but they could have fed their communities, and they could have hired people. Instead of their people going into those food bank lines, because I taught extensively from September to December saying, hey, listen, this is opportunity. Any nonprofit can get involved. This is what you need. This is how you can do it. I did it myself. I'm telling you, it actually works. You can make a lot of money from it. I have friends who made millions doing the feeding program here in the Carolinas, and it's the same program across the. We could do this. We could do this, but nobody's listening to us, African Emporium.
Well, you know how this stuff is. It's out of sight, out of mind, right? It never becomes apparent until it becomes, applicable to your your dire circumstance, right? Because you got to that point where, you kind of placated, and was just moving around and not being prepared and this, that, and the third, and then all of a sudden, here comes, oh man, now I need to make a move, right? Now I need to kind of, get on my game, right? I need to come with it, right? And now it's like you kind of too late. Not that you can't get yourself together, but you're playing from behind as opposed to playing, from the front. And that's what we're trying to establish in terms of all of us, and learning how to now move in a place where we're able to make decisions, ahead of the game, right? No more always playing from from the struggle lane, right? People like that kind of mentality, right? I don't know if, again, no disrespect, people who follow religions, that they like that kind of mentality. Bear your cross, struggle. That's the only way you're going to show yourself approved. Like, no, that's nature don't even work in that. Like, no, right? Now, it's like a lion waking up and knowing he's surrounded by gazelles and all these animals, and he's saying, "No, what? I'm gonna starve myself first, right? I don't think I'm worthy yet to chase none of them, right?" And now his ribs showing, his stomach touching his back, and then he finally gets to that point where he can barely run, and then okay, I think I'm a change now. I think I need to eat. And everything else around you that live a good life, they ain't even scared of you no more. Like, man, you ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna come across that line. You ain't gonna come across that line. We ain't even worry about you. And that just makes no sense. It's just not logical, right? Because the self rule of law is what? Self-preservation, right? Self-preservation, preserve thyself. And so again, we just have to become more interactive in those in those opportunities when they're afforded to us. So again, kudos to you, Sister Monica Lamb, for all you do. Everybody who tune in to the to the broadcast, who find value in it. Again, this is just another way we're just trying to up the ante against the institutions, against those who are controlling a lot of what we consider to be the power, who's shutting everybody else out from it because they know that you're more loyal when you're starving. Let that marinate. Most people become loyal when they starving because now they forced to. Right? Well, you should not have to be put in that situation though.
Don't ask no questions when you're starving.
Right? And that's tragic because again, people haven't found ways to how to shake and move. They haven't found ways to hustle, right? Thoroughly. Right? It's like a part of their life has just been removed through the level of indoctrination, through the level of, again, campaigning to make people feel like they have to kind of fall lock and step behind, these politicians or what's that and the third. They praise these people, more than the people who are around them who are actually trying to help them. Couldn't make this stuff up. And I'm like, how? And these people don't go home with you, right? They ain't cut, check out of their own pockets. They're not saying, hey, let me devote some of my time to you this weekend and show you how to get government grants, right? How to invest in a stock or this, that, and the third. These people can care less, right? They get in a limousine, they spray it down with that coronavirus spray to keep it, that Rona out, and you get in there with them and they go home, right? So again, we just have to stop backwards hustling. We have to stop, again, putting things off, and you have to become serious about trying to get ahead of the curve or ahead of the game, as we say, right? So it's just important to realize that. So you got the stimulus check, scenario where, there again, dangling the carrot. Here it is. You got a couple months out before the election. Actually about a month before the election. Side of this stuff really kicks off. They're doing exactly what we said they was going to do. That they was going to kind of kick the can down the road as long as they could to not pay another one, right? Going into the election, and that's exactly what they did. And here it is. People have been without, again, income, literally being able to work since March. End of March, April, really around April, was when they did a lot of this more lockdown and everybody went. But you talk about from then to now, and these people cut you one $1,200 check. Let alone that your state probably was already hurting in terms of income, so they ain't really got a whole lot to offer you as it is. The federal government will be backstopping the states to make sure they can, it can trickle down to the actual the taxpayers. And so they just been fighting in line back and forth. Well, it's the state's job to do that. Well, now it's the Federal Reserve job, the Fed's job to do that. And so ain't nothing getting done in between. And here it is, you got the president and his administration sitting there, picking and choosing and playing favor of certain so-called, Republican states of that or the Democrat states. And couldn't make this stuff up, right? Just the most, lackluster, piss poor aspect of governance I've ever seen in my life of living. And I'm not making this being, coming from a place of hyperbole here. I'm speaking strictly to what I can affectionately see. And I see the damage or the carnage behind it and the collateral damage because these people want to play politics over your life, right? And people sitting there trying to convince themselves that, well, I guess they got my best interest in mind. I guess they're, but I guess I'm like, no, this stuff ain't hard to figure out. I mean, look in the mirror, look around you, look at your communities, right? Look at the people who's suffering, right? So something is not happening, right? Something is, we know that unequivocally. Something is not happening. Not that it ain't, something is not happening, right? So again, I just say, man, so the more they talk about these stimulus checks and this, that, and the third, yeah, you'll be lucky to get one right before the election at this point, right? And so again, we're just back to the same old, same old. Again, Republicans blaming Democrats, Democrats blaming Republicans. Here it is. You got this guy Meadows, who's obviously being somewhat the henchman. He reminded me of, of the old Ted Cruz, who was always fighting the Obama administration. He's now become the henchman of the Republican Party when it comes to, separating the American people from the opportunities in terms of some of these backstops and stimulus checks to help everybody. Like who put these people in the positions where they are now? I know one thing, and people, they may be, they better count their blessings, because again, they might not be here after the election cycle too. A lot of people that's in on that politician circuit, a lot of them jokers will not be here for another term, because they really shown, as they sit back and know, they didn't really shown out. They didn't showed out.
They done showed that you know what.
I'm talking about all across the spectrum. And so here it is again, people finna go into the election cycle and to these voting booths, and they finna sit here and politic in their head, all that lying and posturing that they got from these politicians, and sit here and still go and vote against their interests. It's going to happen. I hate to say it. I hate to even think about it, but I just know when people are hungry and they desperate, they always do things against their best interests, because they're desperate. And you got to ask yourself, is it a playbook that these politicians are using in that aspect of kicking this can down the road? They're forcing you to be loyal to them. They're forcing you to be loyal to them, right? And to the tune where you like, well, if I don't do nothing, then, what am I going to get? I got nothing to lose. That kind of mentality. Again, these are just my opinions, of course, but I'm just basing upon what I've been able to see since this pandemic has hit, and what has happened in and around the government. I saw a lot, again, backstopping, going to programs or scenarios where people had to be overly qualified to receive it. We saw the redlining and benign neglect happening in the banks, also discrimination in terms of loans. The same thing we've been seeing, even when these things weren't around, but it just became heightened under this pandemic. And so it became to be more, I know that person, they're first in line. I know this person, they're good to go. Again, Kodak, Eastman Kodak, out of Rochester, got a supposedly interest value or a letter of intent for a $750 million pretty much loan to make subsidiary pharmaceutical products to help back. Again, there's companies out there that deal in this field, even in America, that couldn't even get that loan. Here it is. They got selected. That was not by mistake. Turned out there was a big donor in the Republican campaign or presidential campaign. All the breadcrumbs are now starting to what? Come to fruition now. That's how and they lost it now at this point because they did.
Now, they had a donor from that donated to President Trump?
Yes. Oh. They kicked in a good little amount of money to the Republican the presidential campaign. And now all of a sudden, you see, that's how I love to see paper trail. Sometimes it takes a couple years to come around, but when it do come around, when people do enough digging, you're like, oh. And then here it is again, Rochester, New York, for my New York people in the house. I see my Eva sister Camille in the house. What's going on, sister? We have overseas in the house. See you coming through. What's going on, family? If y'all, my New York family that's in the house, y'all know Rochester, New York, right? And that's more of a little blue collar towns, a lot of little Jewish people in that community, right? So again, y'all already know what I'm saying without me having to say it, right? They make it very obvious and blatant in these days and times, so no need for us trying to downplay it. They're scratching the back of their own and looking out for their own. And so that was just no more than they just threw away. They were going to, I should say, throw away American taxpayers' money to a special interest donor who don't even have the best use case opportunity to help really in this coronavirus fight for people who are obviously more, strategically prepared, that does this up every day. They didn't want to give them the loan. It's small businesses all around America right now who deal in this kind of field, and they got skipped over. You couldn't make this stuff up, right? But that's what we deal with when we begin to kind of unravel everything and do the research and, obviously, make do of the most tangible and pertinent information. So, and saying that again, This is why. This is why. Right? Let me put on my proper voice here. This is why. Right? You have to stop, slow down, and look around you and ask yourself, again, what can I do to not be subjected to, again, the government or any politician or anything of that nature, even a job scenario, subjected to their rulership over my existence. Because again, outside of you being able to be your own owner, operator, entrepreneur, whatever, you are, again, at the mercy of people who are already established. They're not going out their way to put you on the even playing field as them, right? If that was the case, I mean, a majority of us would be well off. That's just not how life works. But again, it's this preconceived notion out there that seems for people to think that that's what, the so-called quote-unquote American dream is all about. Being able to, to take the keys from the boss one day. I guess that's what I don't know. Look, okay, no. All right, but again, that's just my opinion, right? That's just my opinion here, right? So again, stimulus check came around. The conversation is not even really on the table anymore. Now it's all about these skinny bills, right? Let's just put a skinny bill together, throw something together, and let's just kind of backstop some of these, institutions, this, that, and the third. Again, anything they can do not to put money in the hands of the American citizen. You are the one who are paying their salaries. You are paying their salaries. And they're trying to keep and it's funny too, because it's your money. It's not even theirs. It's your money. Right? They're treating you like a proverbial child in a lot of ways. And they know, again, the more desperate you become, the more lenient on your ability to have logic and reason to say, man, this person is no, you're gonna kind of like, yeah, but it ain't that bad. It could have been worse. No, what you mean it's not bad? But hey, that's why we come over here, right? That's why we have channels like this, because someone got to speak logic and reason. Whether you say truth to power, whatever, you have to be willing to do your research, your due diligence. You have to have that kind of methodology mindset to not just settle for the first thing or the first talking point, or these charlatans in suits, right? And sitting there just telling you that it's this and it's not, and it's obvious not that, but you just kind of convince yourself, well, maybe. Like, no, a lie is a lie, right? An untruth is an untruth. Again, brother Unc, right? He's gonna use his saying, right? Our brother Unc, what? Right? Say it with me, Sister Monica. Say it together. A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Ooh, wee. Right? They gonna learn today, because that's true. A well-organized lie always defeats a disorganized truth. And we've been living under that banner mentality for so long that people obviously are living what they call right side up, thinking they upside right. And they're not. They're not. They truly have bought into this propaganda. They drunk what they call drunk the Kool-Aid, right? And they're sitting there kind of convince themselves that, what they're doing is laudable enough to say that, they're trusting, these people who are in government or whatever. Again, I'm not telling you to break away from that. I'm just saying, if you're going to hold them accountable to do the things that are necessary for you and yours, then make sure there's a tangible benefit to it. Tangible benefit to it, not just a value of lip service. It sounds good. Again, we got a lot of that out of the Obama administration, whether you for or you're against it, right? We got a lot of that out of Trump administration, whether you for or you're against it, right? Because there's a lot of people who are caught in between in the collateral damage, right, or the carnage aspect of it, who are now trying to figure out, like, what did I just sat here and went through? Because I got nothing from it. And it ain't made it no easier for us to be able to navigate it. So what's going on over, Chris? See you in the pot in the building. Peace, power, and profit to you. Thank you for stopping by on this Saturday, right? Got the cam popping today. Y'all get to see the king, right? He let y'all know I'm in the building on this Saturday, right? We all getting it in. Sister Monica came in right off the grind. She done made a killing today out there doing what she do best, right? And again, shaking and moving. All you guys who tune in the back chat, everybody overseas, Brother Phil, Brother Brandon, Sister Camille, BK Solar Farm in the building came through. Happened to have him in the house, right? Everybody, play hot. Everybody, Brother Jay. Again, y'all know how I go. So what's going on, Brother Chris? How's your day?
Pretty good. Peace, power, and profit. How y'all?
Awesome. So you've been kind of listening in a little bit. We kind of, got a lot, like we always do when we try to come on. We try to provide some substance, give people, solutions, not just alternative solution, right? Because there ain't no such thing as alternative to the actual facts, right? Ain't no alternative fact, right? It's either right. People say back in the old, ain't no such thing as a half pregnant woman. Either she's pregnant or she ain't, right? Right. And that's just the reality of things. So we're trying to establish, again, a core frame of thought or thoughts to always kind of keep us engaged in the opportunity field of life, right? Especially when it comes to stocks. Again, trying to learn how to navigate governmental, arenas. Again, Sister Monica office does that, to a science, how she's helping people come to the table professionally, to procure money from these system analysis programs that are out there. And then outside of that, if you, again, own your own business, if you're hustling on the weekend, if you're learning using the markets, whatever the case, you are what people would endeavor to be, right? Because you took a chance on yourself. And so, again, I want to commend you all you guys, because, again, you guys are family in more ways than you probably think. Because, again, we're building something, be this platform or others who do this stuff as well. You're building a foundation where, again, those who are so-called hopeless in their mind can come to, and they can get some A1 quality type of information that they can actually apply to their lives, because ain't nothing that we've been able to profess since we've been doing this haven't been backed up by tangible results, right? A brokerage account takes you no more than 5 to 10 minutes to open up, right? To open up a bank account going to take you about dang near a whole hour or 24 hours, because they're going to run your credit. I mean, go ahead, Sister Mo.
Emporium. You seen Acorn? You could cash a check now in Acorn.
Yeah, they're doing direct deposits now.
They do
Stash too.
Take a picture of the check straight in.
So why are you sitting there dealing with these old cash thieving behind money market check people at the corner of the gas stations? Why are you dealing with these old crazy behind banks that's sitting there trying to put you through the ringer to run your credit before you even get a little dusty little banking account? You ain't got to deal with these people no more. You can go direct to source now. Green Dot, Stash, Acorn now. Right? They got merchant banks on hand saying, hey, you know what? You ain't got to deal with that. Now you got a routing number and you got a account number. You can play ball now.
And you can take a picture of your check and upload it straight to your
cell phone.
I said, that's what I'm talking about.
So opportunity now is becoming more fashionably in place where, again, people are understanding the direct-to-consumer mentality now, right? Cut out the middleman. Right, the JP Morgans and all these people, you can cut them people out of your life now and go straight to source. Right, and again,
I get that info before you, Chris.
See. Shot across the bow, right? She getting it in. That's Sister Mo upgrade. What's going on, Eva Camille? Sister Eva Camille then popped through. What's going on, Sister Drumette? Happy to have you here. How is your day?
Well, my day is good. I'm mapping out my charts now on the Doxy, on the daily, and just getting ready for, because Tuesday
break it up, sis.
They got some breaking up. You can't hear me?
It's popping in and out a little bit. Go ahead, try it now.
I think Tuesday and Wednesday is non-farm payroll, I believe. So those are like big days.
Right.
In the Forex market. So I'm getting my chart ready.
Preparing. Right?
Yeah, we had that exactly. Preparation, studying. I got today and tomorrow to study all day. So that's what I'll be doing. Mapping out, getting my charts together. And just seeing what direction I think the market is going to go in. When they do the manipulation, consolidation, and then the delivery on the market. So you want to be in it at the right time when they do the delivery.
Right. Following the money, right? As we always say.
Manipulation. They don't want to be in it on the manipulation. That means the manipulation means like they'll pretend they're taking it short, and really the direction is long. So they'll take it down short. A bunch of people will pile on, and then they'll trap them and take the market in the direction that they planned on, for the week anyway.
Right, directional, right?
So
Directional
just
bias.
being on the lookout for those kind of things. Well,
Acquired
so
skill set that
that's
you
what
learn through experience, right?
I mean,
Peace, Mo, and peace, with Camille.
oh yeah,
What's up, Chris?
Peace.
I got news
Oh
before you
my
did.
Chris,
I was happy.
what it doing?
You know what we do.
You so silly.
How's that trading view working out for you?
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I've been using my trader view chart. I've been showing.
Sister Monica, I was saying, how's that trading view working out for you?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah,
I can hear you good.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep, I've been using my trader view.
Really? Maybe I should go out and come back in.
Yeah, you got a delay.
It's a small delay. It's a small delay.
Should I go out and come back in?
Yeah, you fine.
Well, it can hear you now, but I think it's like in between when you talk and someone else speak, it might be a small micro delay. You know how the YouTube is as it is anyway. It's all this stuff crazy. But yeah, let's see if it works out. Yeah, go ahead, Sister Mo. Yeah, let's see if it works.
Right.
Oh yeah, and definitely got it on the screen. Shout out to what I leave down there in Miami. Y'all better go get some organic chickens. He just got some farmland. The brother is doing it big down there in Miami. So y'all make sure y'all hit him up. His wife Crystal does the quilt, the mask. Yep. They got an all-around entrepreneur. He's a granddaddy now.
Yep, just hit that that next level, right? Shout out to the family. Our brother Ali in the building. Again, you talking about watching that brother journey. Again, it's just like a year or so ago when we were just all sitting there, checking in on me here and there. He just kept posting. He kept showing his updates. And it went from a couple little chickens, and now the guy then took his whole his whole I would say his program. That's what I like to call it, because again, he pretty much showed you from start to finish. So it's a program at this point. It could be put on paper, duplicated, and sent out into the world at this point.
Yes.
And now he's running a successful aquaponics environment. Everything he does is just it's a testament of what people endeavor to when you put put your mind to it and you just go at it, right? And again, his results.
You ever talk to him on little chickens in the background? He got different breeds of chicken, stuff I ain't never heard of. I was like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
This ain't them little right. Some of y'all got the films in the South. These ain't them little old chickens they have back in the old days. Same breed. No, he got that exotic stuff, right?
He got real breed chickens. Chickens got. He talking about, I wait for my chicks to come in from such and such. I'm like, what?
Right. Next level.
Look, 1 minute he have an Instagram video. You see the little yellow chick, maybe a little white chick running in the background. A couple months later, little chick done grew up. I'm
look
like,
different.
Oh,
totally like, what's this?
Yes, it's awesome to see though, right there. And when he got in some more farmland, I was super excited for him. He does his thing. He's a vet.
He retired vet. He was vet, vet like us too.
Yes. So they doing that thing, and to share knowledge to anyone who's interested in learning is phenomenal. That's why I love most people don't have a good experience with those folks they meet on YouTube, but I can truly say our little urban economic empowerment group of folks that we've met, you guys have been on point for the nation.
I agree.
Nothing
unequivocally. Again, I always say I just look around from a year or two ago, and you see the people who actually took the bulls by the
link.
And they've taken it to the next level. You know, everybody, you know, is getting into the. You have people came from no applied knowledge of none of this stuff at all, and all they did was again took a chance on themselves, and now they're walking into that path slowly but surely. But they're gaining ground, they're gaining knowledge, they're gaining gains, literally profit gain value. Now, that is
Yes.
revolutionary.
And I absolutely love it because I said, you know what? I told my coworker, I said, hey, we're gonna go ahead and I already know how much Tesla gonna go down to it because they've been posting it. So let's
Right,
go ahead, sell off what we're gonna sell off, go ahead and put in our fraction of shares so we don't have to wait or worry. And we did it, and this morning when I got up, I heard somebody say, hey, did y'all get the split? And I look at my little Robin Hood, I was like, oh shit.
yep,
I own a
yep, and
Tesla.
cut that check.
You funny, Mo.
And cut that check. Cut
I
the
was
check.
excited, Chris. I was excited. I was like, woo! I got in. Now, where it's going, don't worry. Somebody was like, oh, well, you don't know what it's going to do. I said, well, you ain't been taught by the best, baby. We know how to set stop losses. Monica's not losing. If I lose, I might lose a couple bucks, but I ain't going to lose the whole 400.
Right. We understand the lay of our land. Right. So we're not riding a bicycle through Gravy Rally and Biscuit Wheel with blindfold on and not understanding what we're doing and where we're going. And so that's the one thing I always tell people: knowledge trumps belief. Once you know what you know how to navigate better. Right. Bar none. And so that's the whole aspect of quid pro quo that we're trying to obviously be able to imitate here, disseminate it, and pass it on to other people because they're sitting there watching. Keep in mind, a lot of y'all friends watching, and they ain't saying nothing. They just sitting back watching.
Yep.
3 months done passed, 6 months done passed, a year done passed, 2 years done passed. Now they finally like, all right, dog, let me go on and break down, send them a mess. Man, okay, man, what's going on with this stuff y'all doing? Right?
Yeah.
Because now they seeing that result. They seeing their work ethic. They seeing, again, those things. So that's why I always say, you don't have a point. You don't have nothing to prove to nobody, obviously, but yourself first and foremost, right? And those who love you and around you, who support you. But ultimately, again, what I have always been able to quantify within what we do as investor traders, this is something that we want to share.
Yes.
We want to share this.
And keep it.
Right? People who sit up in Fortune 500 companies who own business, they're not sharing their business model because they don't want you to be competition.
Right.
As if it ain't already competition out there. But in their mind, they're like, man, I don't want to give people this, this game in their mind.
Mm-hmm.
And so I say we don't operate that over here because we trying to take money out of the what? Out of the system.
Right.
Right. So we're not in competition with one another. We're in competition with the system. Right. And that in itself is, man, look, revolutionary.
And over African Emporium, just to follow up, like this is a second chance at getting in on Tesla and Apple when it's cheap.
Right.
So if you don't get in this time, this might be your last window because the split, they announce it everywhere.
What I gotta do?
Oh, I got you, Yoba. Just go into your stash, and you can buy right now.
All right,
because they already adjusted the price already on Stash and Robinhood.
Right. Let me pull that up too while you're talking, over Chris. Keep talking so that people can see the new price. And again, these are things that we've been talking about, up until this moment. Anyway, again, y'all know if y'all follow us, well, y'all follow those lanes anyway. You already know how this stuff works, right? So it ain't like it's just catching you off guard. We've been talking about this stuff, right?
Right.
And so it goes back to the word that we've been hammering on today. And it's like going back to Sesame Street. Y'all guys remember Sesame Street? They used to have one word of the day, right? What's the word of the day? Well, the word of the day is preparation, right? Say it with me, dang it. Preparation, right?
Preparation.
Let me type that in the back chat because you have to realize you're never going to be able to get, ahead of the game without a solid aspect of, good preparation, good practices, right? So that's the word of the day. Go ahead, over Chris. I'm sorry. Keep going in.
Oh, you good? I was just saying, this is the time, man. Tesla at $400 again.
It was just at $400 back in March, or end of March.
Right.
It was at 400 then. After I was at that point being up a little higher before the COVID scenario hit. But
Right.
again, just for the sake of understanding, it went from basically $400 to $2,300
Yeah.
in about 5-6 months.
Right.
Couldn't make this stuff up.
So
You know what's funny? I didn't want to give up I didn't want to give up $400 in watch, but boy, look, it was so
Right.
easy for me to take out
Right,
the
because
other
back then
stocks.
you was like,
I
man,
didn't
I
even
don't, I'm still learning. I don't trust this stuff like that yet. I don't trust myself. Now you are becoming the consummate warrior, financial warrior when it comes to this. It's again, I always say, man, repetition becomes repertoire. Y'all know that's one of my favorite sayings too. Repetition becomes repertoire. You kept touching it, kept touching it, kept touching it. Kept understanding, kept learning. You kept submitting your time. Right, you kind of pull back from a lot of other stuff that was kind of taking your attention away, and you start realizing, what's my return on my investment? Right, my time is invaluable.
Mo was cheap. She did not want to give up them dollars at all.
Now, sister, getting it now.
Chris be like, man, go ahead and buy the stock, and I'll be like, But you know what? I don't know why it was so easy. Okay, so I put the money in it in other stocks or whatever. It was so easy for me to sell it. It's same money. Like it's the same money. I don't know why it was so difficult for me not to do that with just taking it out of my own money. Like I just had a problem with it. But boy, I tell you,
But you
on
know
mine,
why, though,
I ain't
Sister
have
Mo?
no problem.
You know why, right? You know why, though, right? Because we've been conditioned.
Yeah.
We've been conditioned to think that way. We've been conditioned to operate under that mandate that your money is only served towards things in your mind that you can tangibly touch, taste, or smell, or go towards again bills and things of that nature, and you don't understand how to put your currency. That's why they call it currency. It's energy towards something that can return back to you. Right. Without you having to elbow grease it, knee grease it, back grease it. Right. Blow your back out, knees out to get it. That whole idea that you feel more of a man or a woman if you work hard for it. Right. That was supplanted in your mind at birth. Mom and dad, they say, let me show you how to get this bag, and you can sit back on the beach with your favorite drink or your favorite whatever and let that money pile up. They didn't teach us that.
Nope.
That's the dynamic. If you learn how to get over that hurdle alone, it'll change your life.
Facts. So 443 for Tesla, 125.50 for Apple. Man, if y'all don't follow this up, man, listen, I don't want to hear nothing about, Tesla price, it shot up and you ain't even get in. Or Apple price shot up, you ain't get in. It's just twice now. This is twice in 2020 that that the prices have dropped to affordable levels for you to buy. And now it's presented itself again in the way of stock splits. And now all you got to do is whatever little stimulus money you got left or whatever's in your savings account that ain't making no money anyway, just sitting there.
Facts.
You can take that, throw it on the Tesla, throw it on the Apple. If you got to spend your last, I'm telling you, we don't normally give out investment advice, but we know for sure and for a fact that Apple and Tesla will be around long after we're gone, and whatever the case is. So
facts.
You got that 550. Go ahead and throw that 550 on it.
And don't Apple got dividend?
Long.
Apple do got 550.
Yeah, Apple 124.
Yeah.
Woo.
So wait till about December or January and see what it is. You're gonna be kicking yourself because you didn't do it.
No, I'm not gonna be kicking myself because I'm getting ready to get it.
Yeah,
right. And just from a place of science, right? Because again, y'all know we study this stuff, right? And so just looking over the what they call the historical data, anytime you have a company like of Apple Echelon, right? That which is obviously is a growth stock, right? With a lot more run room left in it in terms of its progression of growth, right? Chances are, even just using Apple alone in this metric, they say this is based upon historic data that every time Apple has obviously done something of a nature of a split, chances are that they've moved historically over 15% in 30 days. Guaranteed. That's just per the data, historical data. That's so. I'm sorry.
And if you if you already had one, they gave you 4. You already up in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So historical data is on your side. Again,
So I
not
can
if
buy,
you
I can buy this and write in stash.
Stash,
Yeah.
Acorn. I think you can. Well, I think you can get an Acorn. Yeah, nigga, Cash App. I know you got a Cash App, Sister Camille. You can buy it in Cash App.
Yep.
Yeah,
Cash.
I got all that. I got
But
everything.
with Stash, you can buy the fractional aspect of which makes it awesome in that perspective. Or Robinhood now, but you buy a fraction of it. Say, for instance, you want to spend even the whole 125.
Yeah.
I'm only going to spend 50. Well, guess what? You can buy $50 worth. You get $50 worth of gas, right? And let that thing take you from where you need to go to where you're going to get, because it's going to what? It's going to get you where you need to go and then some.
Yeah, Tesla. You could do that. I could do that in Tesla, right?
That's what I did to
You do it in
Tesla.
Yep, Tesla
I did that
too.
in Tesla on Thursday. I put 430 in Tesla, and I said it's gonna drop to 4 something, and I got it close enough, and then I just need to add that extra couple dollars to get that one
Yeah.
whole share.
But see, you can get it because you was already buying fractionally anyway. So if you ain't got all the money, just put half on it. And then when you get paid again or come up on some little money, go ahead throw some more on it. You
Right.
want
You can what they call, strategically invest into it.
mm-hmm.
Right. And still build into that, that portfolio or whatever, that stock. And you don't have, you can sleep good at night, right? Even though you may feel like, okay, well, I know I'm taking a chance. That may not be your repertoire, your forte. You say to yourself, okay, well, again, if nothing else, let me kind of weigh the pros and cons, right? I know I have a growth stock that the world knows, right? That is a solid company in all aspects of what we call a solid use case, right? It is best in breed in the aspect of what it, in this field of value, product or service, and that, for what it is, branding, the whole nine, right? Apple ain't going out of business no time soon, right? No time soon. And again, they still laying a framework of of domination. So again, it went from literally again. Come on, let's go to the chart, right? Because they say numbers don't lie, right? See, that's how you get a joke. That's how you beat a joker up. You take it to them charts, and then they be looking at you like, right? I need my brother Stock God on right now. Even Camille can go in, right? Because we live by the charts, right? We understand the power of, kind of quelling the hyperbole or the misinformation, or like over Sean or Garfield when they get in their little lane, they like, man, let pull up them, let pull up them primary sources. What? Look at here, Apple. Again, March lows was trading at what? $214 a share. Right? Yeah, can y'all see my screen? Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm on StreamYard and not
Zoom.
Zoom. So real quick here, guys, bear with me here. Here's Apple. Here's Apple. The March lows, obviously everybody know about the March low because that's gonna be a t-shirt, right? Because we know that's when the stock market bottom, fell out of itself. Right. So March lows was very, instrumental across the world globally. What it did to a lot of stocks, it did the same thing to precious metals, commodities. It did the same thing to Bitcoin. Everybody got gutted. No one got spared from the coronavirus when they obviously pretty much came out and told the world that we were in the middle of a pandemic. Right? People start fleeing the so-called safety. They start pulling their money out of banks. They start doing all kind of things. Right? People panic. Nonetheless, Apple went all the way down to around about $214, $2.10, $10 a share. At that point, it was always in a steady incline. If you go back and look at the historical chart, December 2018, again, Apple was trading at around about what? 139. Couldn't make this stuff up.
Right.
Roughly around about what? $15 from where the split is at this point. And so from that point, December, 2018, all the way to basically, February January of 2020, it already had pretty much doubled. Dang near triple. It went from 139 to 323, 333. And that was a matter of basically what? 1 year. Because we're talking about December 2018. So that's basically 2019. Right? It jumped up over, basically near 300% value, or excuse me, at least 200% value in that little bit of time.
Right.
So, and then from there, the March lows hit, and not only did it exceeded it, it did basically near 400% in a matter of how many months? What's March to August? What? How many months that is?
That's 5 months.
So you mean tell me 5 months this thing that went up, in aspect of terms of where it came from that 139 December 2018 all the way to $500. So you're talking about a 400% increase in under a year in 5 months. Let the numbers speak for themselves.
Absolutely.
Somebody hungry or excited about this stock or this company. Whether you use the product or you don't, because we don't get emotionally tied to the product, the company, we get emotionally tied to what? Getting the bag, right? Because that's what this is all about. So strategically, we just using this as a use case, understanding the basics here. This is how you don't talk yourself out of opportunity. Let the numbers speak for themselves.
Right.
You get into the fundamentals on your own time or tuning us when we breaking that stuff down. But as of just looking at this graph, this bar chart, this line chart, right, that y'all learned in grade school. So don't be intimidated. You learned this in grade school, charts and stuff.
Yep.
What does that look like to you? If you had to look at this from the naked eye perspective with no knowledge and say, oh, at December of 2018, it was at this price. In August 2020, it's at this price. What that mean? It went down? What? You must need to be slapped with a bag of rocks. Are you kidding me? What? So that's what I'm trying to, we always try to put the most, practical aspect to look at things in a way where you can make it make sense. They don't seem no complicated. This is not rocket science, and being able to see this, right? And so it sounds like we beating the drum hard for Apple. It sounds like we beating the drum hard for Tesla. But I tell you what, we sat there and witnessed and literally realized the profits from it, right? And we know the potential value of it. That's why. Because now we have what? Experience, right? We have the wherewithal to say, hey, if you're new to this, this is what we've been able to witness since we've been kind of navigating this field, right? And you can help somebody become, more familiar with it. So, yes, yeah. So, over Chris, Eva, Monica, I mean, y'all go there. I mean, the journey, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Apple, right? The Tesla. What has it done for you guys in terms of what you know now?
Go ahead, Mo.
Well, I'm would definitely listen. It definitely gave me some more confidence in the fact that you can see your money grow, your portfolio grow. In that, I was able to share with some folks around me who in turn trust my advice that basically on the research of what was getting ready to happen and what it was getting ready to do. And so when you could show someone instead of just telling them, when you can actually pull out a chart, and even though they have no idea what you're showing them or what you're saying, but to be able to demonstrate how it's getting ready to work, why, give them a source. You know how they say, source up or shut up. Show
Right.
them a source, and then they follow the process is phenomenal. And so not only was I able to win and gain, like I said, I just started family members in with fractionals so that they can see it, co-workers, owners. So I'm super excited, and I know you talked about Tesla last 2017, I think it was, and you kept
Yep.
talking about it, and I
Urban
don't
Economic
even think I
Empowerment
knew.
Show when I came on
Yes,
board.
and I don't think it was a show where you did not mention Tesla, and I don't even think I knew what the word Tesla was. I just started paying attention to it this year, and so I went back to some of the shows to look, and I was like, wow, if I just had, just had a little bit more confidence, that mug was down to 200 and something bucks.
Yep.
But then when they decided they was gonna do the forward split, I was like, woo, you're not gonna get passed up this second time. I sat on the bench the first time, I was a bench warmer, but now I'm in the
Right.
game and I'm super excited. And some of those people in the stash group in Facebook used to post their Tesla shares. And I used to be hating like a mug because they had, I mean, the amount that they invested, their portfolio for just the stash alone had outgrown what
Right.
they put
It
in.
just
And,
turned over.
and I was like, woo, wait a minute, I need my percentages to look like that. And so I started paying attention to the growth. And I think what really tipped me over was 2 Wednesdays ago when they say, hey Mo, you need to pay attention to your portfolio because you getting ready to you consolidating and trending sideways, and so don't look like something is doing well. And I'm telling you, for the life of me, the stocks that I had in that Robinhood at the time, I was like, I didn't want to give them up. And I know Brother African Emporium say, do not marry the stock. And
Right.
I was like emotionally for real
We
attached.
rent and we lease. We don't own. Right.
Yes. And so I was like, okay, I have to listen because more than one of them said it. So it wasn't just one. So I went back and I said, you know what? If Tesla getting ready to forward split, I'm getting ready to take some of this money and I'm going to put it in Tesla. And I already had Apple. And I gave up the stronghold. I let them go. And I'm super excited because when I got up this morning, I seen that one Tesla share and 4 Apple shares. I thought I had won the lottery.
Right? It's weird too because I know you're still learning, and again, you're walking into this path, with the utmost, preparation and dignity and intestinal. When I say intestinal, meaning when I say intestinal fortitude, you really have, the maintenance mindset, right? I'm gonna use that terminology because that's what this base is about, right? You have the maintenance mind, meaning you're willing to put in the work, right, to understand exactly what you're doing, right, and where it will obviously end up taking you. Right, it's no surprise at this point because now you're starting to reap the benefits, right? You're starting to see it turn over in a way where you say to yourself, okay, well, I work, I was in the military, I've done corporate stuff, I've been to college, I've done all these different things, but no one ever prepared me, right, for something of this magnitude.
Right.
Right.
You know what? Right after the party, the closest I got to even present. If you remember, and I'm sure you do, one source or one finance or one, they presented themselves to the military, but they want to take
right.
You give them 200, they invest one and they keep
They
I
invest.
was like, oh no.
Right. I mean, I remember telling you guys back when I first came to Urban Empowerment Show about my experience. I see when I was in the military, I kind of made good and got in with some good little, mentors, if you want to call that. And I had this one colonel, right? And I used to come through the little discount, right? And the little DFAT and stuff like that. And he used to see me, he's like, you know what, you straight, you straight, Addison, you straight. You're gonna be one of the good ones if you just pay attention. Be saying, I'm finna help you out, right? Because I know y'all like to party and all these. So you know what you do, right? You take at least a minimum of $100 out your paycheck every pay period and put it towards an allotment, right? And put it towards an investment, and you're gonna thank me later. What did my party BS behind want to do at that point? Man, that's a little too much. I want to party because everybody going to the NCO club, everybody going to the junior club, everybody clicking up and getting in their cars and traveling to everybody's so-called hometown. We want to have a good time. So that the understanding of what he was really saying or preparing me for was to say, this is how you're gonna backstop your fun and your fun and BS, right? You need to have contingent plans, right? So in the event when all that becomes to a head and that stuff burns out, what your resources are gonna look like afterwards. Think about how much you're gonna blow and spend and throw away and look back like, man, I should have kept that. I should have not did that. I should have waited on that.
Yep.
And that's the difference. When I say you don't have people around you or insurance, right, to around you to kind of constantly beat your ear down with saying, whoa, 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 whoa. That's not happening, right? And so that's the dynamic change. That's all I just want to say that because now each and every one of you guys are now a financial vanguard or a instrument within your circles, your environment, your families. Because if you're the only one in your household, families, whatever, who are in this, and everybody's kind of looking like, okay, we watching, right? Like I said, they'll wait 3 months, they'll wait 6 months, they'll wait a year. When you start getting more and more success at it, then eventually, like, wait. Tell me about this investment stuff you talking about. What you got, right? Yeah. And then you say to yourself, I've been waiting patiently.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then you got no excuse for your kids because First has a custodial account. And I think one of the best things, especially after that last show, was the fact that we don't have to wait for financial advisors and let them decide whether or not they want to move our money to a particular equity. No.
Facts. Them days over with.
You ain't got to worry about it because I'm going to do it myself.
Right. Mm-hmm. That's why a lot of them went in zero commissions at the point because they used to obviously eat healthy, all people who had no clue what was going on. And all you had to do was like do your own research. You could have did those things your own time. At that point, you really needed a brokerage house for if you want to make a trade outside of your exchange value, right? If you want to make a trade, in Canada, right, or in Israel under the exchanges, they had to be the one to actually brokerage it, right? And I'm speaking from experience because I've done that before. Wanted to invest in a company that was not publicly traded on our exchanges. It was up in Canada. I had to go through my brokerage to do it through TD Ameritrade. But outside of that, it's like, no, the same way you wouldn't give a stranger on the street $500, say, here, hold this till I come back. You learn how to manage your own money, right? Then that's what you need to be kind of training yourself to do. on a large scale or just in general. Manage your life, right? On your terms, right? And not have somebody else in the mix. So again, it's just been, I mean, phenomenal watching everybody's growth in this. Everybody. What's going on over Brandon? See you popped in the building. Another brother that can attest for this. Yeah, he came up in the game like everybody else. Been in some of the circles I've been in near the beginning, so he knows. Again, it's awesome, man. How's your day? How's everything going, Brandon?
Oh, brother, man, it's going good, man. Y'all got me excited. I just put some money into my actual E-Trade account now. Listen to y'all.
Getting ready. All right, strategizing.
Getting ready.
Get set.
Getting
Preparation. Ready. The word of the day is preparation. I love it. Yeah. So what you getting ready for? To kind of prepare for going into the obviously election. You got these stock splits and this, that, and the third, man. And what you excited for, man?
Mostly Apple right now. I have some shares in Apple right now, and I just checked my actual E-Trade account. I think I'm up 400%. Well, basically, Apple and Netflix is just saving my portfolio. So any other stocks I have is just garbage. I got some good other percent gainers, but just basically those three just save my account so far.
Out of chaos, opportunity is born. How about that? Who knew? Right? And it was weird because y'all know right before this pandemic hit, like people like Netflix, they were under the chopping block. They were under what? The radar, meaning like y'all got so much longer before what competition come, eat y'all lunch or eating y'all market share. Disney Plus, Apple streaming service TV, again, Roku, all these companies, Hulu, start really coming on the scene and putting a lot of pressure on who? Netflix, right?
Right.
Netflix showed exactly why they best in breed when it comes to network streaming under this pandemic. Did they not?
And I got them when they split way back there, that 2-for-1 split. So I got them at like $94. Right.
How about that? How about that? Y'all know we done went over Netflix again for quote unquote the word religiously on this channel. And that was one of the ones I always used to use when I was training a lot of people because I'm like, think long term. What was you doing in the year of so and so? And they be like, I was like, yeah. Now imagine if your parents bought you a share of this at that time, right? Best back in the old days, like when Netflix and chill used to be the moniker of what everybody used in college or just in general. Oh, we're in the Netflix and chill, right? Netflix and chill. A lot of parents still didn't know what that meant back in the days, right? And they run around saying that, and the people in the job look at them like, wait, what you say, Agnes? You Netflix and chilling? Do Bill know about this? Like, Bill, what you talking about, right? But nonetheless, again, you talk about, pennies on the dollar, right? And again, it has one of the most explosive gains for a startup company, especially in the aspect of what it was, than in history for the level that the amount that it has gained over time, and like in a matter of what, literally seconds, it seemed like. It's literally seconds. And going through a split and now coming on the other end and still what? Running higher. Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. Could not make this stuff up. So, this is the power of what this all wealth creation. And so
are you sharing
it's not showing? God, dog. I always get that. I get to talking, and the dang on charts ain't walking right now. My bad. Let me obviously just breaking it down, showing it. So again, just looking at this up, when we say up and to the right, right? Does that look up and to the right to me? That look like up and to the right to me, right? Use case, best in breed, disruptors, right? Netflix was a disruptor to the what? The cable company industry, cord cutting. Now that's a mantra people not are going around saying now. I'm cutting my cable, man. I cut mine about 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago. Haven't looked back.
Yep, me either.
That was almost a $200, $300 bill every month. Let that marinate. Yep. If people pay that in rent, here that we paying for distractive entertainment, which ain't even really entertainment, for $300 a month to these greedy parasitic companies like Comcast and Time Warner Cable and all the people that people had and thought they had something because they can turn on and watch a little dusty little show. And didn't even realize you paying to be indoctrinated. Right. Paying to be indoctrinated, to be somewhat lazy, to be unorthodox in aspect of thinking because, again, you watching the consensus value of what they're presenting to you. No disrespect for people like TV. Y'all get my point, what I'm trying to say from an investor standpoint. Think about the money you would have saved had you also found other ways to what? To entertain yourself, right? Right? Collectively through the aspect to learn how to what? Grow your capital. Through investment vehicles, through learning product placement and service the industry, through these different companies, getting familiar with the people who prey on what? The average consumer. Understanding margin difference now, understanding how to calculate valuations now. You learning how to run a business literally as a shareholder because you get to see the filings. You get to understand this stuff. You're learning this. You translate that stuff right into your personal life. So that's the part of it, again, I think that's priceless. And I can speak from experience from that perspective myself, but nonetheless, and you get a payout from it too. Right? From gain increases and things of that nature. When your P&L, you take a little bit off the table. It's all love. It's all, it's all love. Right? So again, so over branding, obviously you're eating Howard the Hog now. Again, Apple, Netflix. Again, just preparation. Like you said, you're preparing now. You're moving money around, getting ready. You heard Eva Camille said she's finna move some money around. Sister ain't playing around, right? Right, finna get it. So again, this is the stuff again that gets me excited, man. I get all wrapped up because again, this is our lane, right? This is our lane, right? We not sitting there talking about what somebody should have did, what it could have did. If your stuff real, if it ain't over here, we saying, hey, look what these numbers say, right? What these numbers say.
Just wait from now and see what it is. See what it is. Wait till December, January.
What do you mean?
People's mouths won't drop.
Wait till Wednesday. I'm gonna be bragging.
Ain't predicting nothing. I'm just saying. We look at the charts and the historical data. We go by what we see on the charts, and the charts ain't wrong. Numbers don't lie. People
right, and it's growth. And again, it's beating the average bank account 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Couldn't make this stuff up. And I say that meaning beating your bank account historically. Your money market account, your interest value that your account is, your bank account is accruing, you be a credit union, a regular tangible bank, 100% fully FDIC based accredited bank. They could never pay you the interest value, of one of these stocks. And that's not even including the dividends that come off some of these stocks. Your dividend is whooping your bank interest value. Let that marinate for a moment.
Say it again.
Your dividends are whooping the interest value on your account. So again, I'm just saying, guys, for us, it's no brainer, right? It's no brainer, right? You have to realize, guys, exactly your opportunity that's afforded to you, right? And in doing so, how you need to now position yourself going forward. Like I said, if it's just a little bit, you don't have to go overboard. You don't have to break the bank on it. Again, a little bit here, a little bit there. And that be, any asset that you find value in, that you've done your due diligence and your research in, enough to make you feel comfortable, know that you're doing what? The right thing, right? Or you've done the right thing to put you in that position to make you a little money. Right. And so that's what these broadcasts, these platforms are all about. It's about challenging the status quo, getting you to think outside the box, getting you to take a chance on yourself, because that's what's happening here. We're not selling you nothing because we don't own the stock market. Right? I don't own the stock market. Sister Mo doesn't. Over Chris doesn't. Over Brandon doesn't. Sister Monica. Eva Camille. None of us. Over Gordon Gecko and Pop through. What's going on, family? Peace, power, profit to you, Over. Happy to have you here. We don't own the stock market, so we can't sell you nothing in that perspective. We're just trying to get you to see value and opportunity in ways that we were able to kind of coalesce it and garner it, right? The use case, least path of resistance, and now the benefits are becoming more tangible, right? So, that's what it's all about, guys. Literally, that's what it's all about, making those kind of decisions. So if you got people like ARK Investment, right, which is the most bullish fund managers on the planet when it comes to Tesla, the same way like Dan Ives, right, is the biggest cheerleader, like him, and I forgot the other guy. They're like the biggest cheerleader for Apple stock, right? Well, guess who's the biggest cheerleader for Tesla? Right? ARK Investment, right? ARK Investment was the only fund manager came out at a time when Tesla was like trading like down there $200 a share, $300 a share, and told everybody literally unequivocally with no shame in their game that Tesla was going to 1,000. And then they upgraded to 2,000, and then they upgraded to 5,000. And people's looking like, man, y'all crazy. Man, y'all. Now some of us knew like at some point, Tesla gonna what? Do his thing. If Elon Musk can get out of his own way and stay out of the press and stop acting crazy and run the company, of course, right? But again, people who took that opportunity and got in and held it down, man, look, the options alone. Imagine if you bought options for Tesla when it was trading literally at 250, and you bought the leap, and you bought the leap calls for Tesla for 1,000, right? And this was back I want to say, literally. I mean, I was going over this the other day because y'all know I like going to the lab. Right? I don't come up out of there till I was like, man, literally, if you go back and look at Tesla at a point where it was around that $200 range, like 250 somewhere around there, give or take, even in the 300s. Again, and that was right during around, I want to say like the summertime of 2019. It was at 250. If you'd have bought the leak calls, meaning you'd have bought let's say the July 2020, right, $1,000 calls or the $800 calls at that point, that's way out the money. That's entire year for an $800-900 time frame, a price target. And that thing was already up, again. Oh man, it couldn't make this stuff up. So, you say, well, that's hindsight 2020. It always seems more, logical when you look back, but this is how you prepare, right? Through your due diligence that makes you feel comfortable to make those kind of positions. And so when you get the bag or it explodes or it takes off, it does what it does, and you start counting the checks, you're like, okay, see, this is why. This is why. Again, so you saw people make, I mean, again, y'all know how this stuff go. Y'all know the forms we're in. People got six-figure, payouts. Right? People got six-figure payouts, five-figure payouts. Right? And these were just average, so-called average people. So again, I just say, man, just take your time, guys. Learn, explore the opportunity. If nothing else, explore the opportunity, right? Because again, if nothing else, you got a glorified savings account, right? If nothing else, your brokerage account is a glorified savings account that has the ability to bring in dollars. And so I know I'm talking more so to the people who are not intertwined into this than the people who are, because most people that come here know what's going on. But for a lot of our people who are new to this, who's learning, who's tuning in, this is what we've gone through. This is what we had to go through, right? That proving ground to get to a place where we can say, this is what I experienced, all the losses, all the headaches, right? All the missteps, right? All the things that, that made us to who we are today and that continue to make us better, right? This is what we're going to try to make sure that you don't have to deal with those things, because we're going to put you, based upon our opinion, again, our opinions, we're going to put you in the best lanes for you to peruse. Hey, what's going on, Oberfield? What's going on, man? Peace, power, and property. Happy to have you here. How's your day?
Hey, you too. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm great, man. So
Yeah.
what's in your mind? What's on your mind today?
I've been enjoying your show. So basically, it is great to hear basically financial education development, because we're kind of doing this for ourselves, but you're also doing it for the next generation as well. It's just that's where you talk about power. That's where your power, your freedom, your control of your environment is done. Unfortunately, it's not completely, but unfortunately, it has a lot to do with economics, and it's just and we're getting ready to come up. And your earlier call, she was talking about she has the grant programs. So, referencing that, there, coming up on this election and getting post election, if nothing comes in front of the election, there's going to be a major stimulus. I mean, that's going to happen. It's going to happen one way or the other. And at that point, obviously, that's going to be a major transition in funds, right? You're gonna spend at least what, $3 trillion probably. So if that's the case, then you almost have to prepare to get some of these contracts that are coming out, be involved in the market. Keep an eye on that. It'll my thoughts are it's going to rise until the election, and it'll probably pull.
Right.
It'll probably pull back a little bit, so you got to make sure you have your shorts in play and
Right.
protect your growth up until that point. You got to have your hedges going, and but also remember, you buying in the dip, just like you're saying 6 months ago in March at March 20th, you could have bought all these things for little or nothing. So, and then you had that long ride. So it's a pendulum. I think I heard one guy called it markets are pendulums. They swing back and forth. So,
right.
So you have this run up until the election, because Trump obviously has to keep the market going strong for so he's got Fed. I mean, he can pump money all kinds of ways.
Right.
So you can follow the Fed inputs and see how that's going, and then from there, if pull back, that's buying on the dip. So have some cash ready to be able to get some more things on the dip. So that's a couple of things I've been thinking about. So
and that's it. And it's kind of keeping up with what we've been discussing here in terms of, again, preparation, right? You just putting it out briefly, synopsis of basically verbatim exactly how to prepare oneself, and what we've already positioned ourselves through. It's just the basic narrative that a lot of us already kind of subscribe to, because once you know the lay of the land, again, like I'm always saying, you learn how to navigate it better, right?
Right.
And you know what paths to take, what paths not to take, because again, you're dealing with companies who have a track record, right? A blueprint, so to speak, of success or opportunity within them, I should say, because they can easily crash and burn tomorrow. We get that, right? But as of now, they're solid, right? Because these are things in play. These are the factors of keeping them, solid. And so you say, okay, well, what are they going to be doing? What will they be doing 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, et cetera, et cetera. And that's how you start, obviously learning how to play the game. The same way these companies, these Fortune 500 companies and CEOs and all of them do. Again, they're always forward thinking.
Yep.
Right. And
long term, long money. Yeah.
Long money. Right. And a lot of people, they call it in the present tense, or they call it in the past, even worse. Right. Because you're in the past, that means you already about 5-6 steps behind. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's just the reality. You have to learn how to now, again, move in a way where, again, that's why preparation is the key, because that's what preparation, prepare, right?
Exactly.
For what's to come or what potentially can come, right? And your money, again, or your resource or whatever is that extension value of your daily existence, your upkeep and this thing is that nurture your livelihood. Then your money has also had to have a mandate. Your money has to have a mandate behind it. Besides what, liquidation, spending it, blowing it, whatever, right? Or even saving it in the coffee can. You put it on your mattress in your bed, you already losing. That means it really is dead presidents. You ain't never lie. You like, I'm dead president, bro. Yeah, you do. Because they ain't gaining they got no life underneath your mattress. Right? None.
Exactly. the information that you gain from the process, people always say trust the process.
Right.
The information that you gain, even if you're buying $10 worth of Amazon or Tesla or Apple, that process that you're going through, you just basically, you can add zeros to it. It doesn't, it's not the zeros, it's the process, and that process you pass on, you develop that knowledge base, and it continues to grow. So it's a long game, right? So it's not we're not thinking just 1 year, 2 years, what we can spend or that kind of thing. It's long term. Like, okay, if I understand this process and I put in the work, and you can always paper trade. I always tell people all the time, paper trading is just as valid as with zeros. It's just a matter of understanding the process, and then you start to value, okay,
Well, you know what paper
information
trading is,
important.
right? It's best practices in real time.
Yes.
As they used to say, because y'all, if some of you guys can play sports like I do, what they always tell you, practice like you want to what? Want to play, right?
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
you take it serious the same way, even though exactly you take it serious the same way, that because you're learning through paper trading, learning how to scale, right? You learning the nuances of trading by having that simulation, platform in play. A lot of people don't know how to scale into trades. They don't know how to scale out of trades. They don't know how to enter into trades. They don't know when to exit trade. Right? So why take that chance on your real money when you can do it through a simulation and build that level of confidence? So when you do go to apply real money, you trading like a what? A Jedi warrior. Like, oh no, I ain't no.
Exactly.
That's what builds discipline. Again, our brother Stockguard. Y'all know he's one of the most disciplined traders out there.
Oh, Stockguard, yes, exactly. Yeah,
right.
he
ain't been in the lose 50 cent. Now, he don't even want to give 50 cent to the market. So you already know. So I always say you can learn a lot from everybody. That's why you got to steal from everybody, but find your own niche or niche, because that's what this game is all about. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. Everybody creates their own environment they want to work in. And you just, everybody can't trade during the day. Everybody, sometimes it's easier at night. I mean, there's all kinds of ways. But the whole point is you're creating your own system. You're creating your own part-time, even if it's less than part-time. It doesn't matter. It's just whatever that work is you're putting in, that just adds up over time. So yes, you may not have been in January of this year and missed the big, the dump, and then you could have bought low, but the market always goes up and down for years. So it's not going to change. So it's just a matter of understanding the process. And that's hard, I know, when you see a lot of stuff going on, but yeah, patience is the key for sure.
Right. And so, and saying that also, if you think about it, Brother Phil, a lot of people were forced to sit down through this pandemic.
Right. True.
So out of necessity, right? Government necessity, you had the most opportune time ever in your life.
Exactly.
To transition from the modality of thinking that, again, you got job security, you got this, you got that, the government got your back, this, that. You realize instantly by watching people who are already in these particular fields of interest, financial, fields or whatever, stocks, whatever, and you say, oh, see, this is, I kind of, spent my wheels on this for quite a while, right? I spent my wheels on, actually launching my business, right? I spent my wheels on, acquiescing to other streams of income because I got comfortable in thinking that, I will always be good to go, right? Based on my level of education, my friend, whomever, because you realize even with that, right? Everybody else start hurting at the same time. Even your friends probably had it all, and they have, they kind of got lost. They mojo. Everybody was hurting.
Nobody's immune to gravity, right?
Nobody. And that became, again, the prerequisite in my mind, just in my opinion, for a lot of people to start walking in their own truth. When I say that, I mean they start finding ways to be their own owner, operator, orchestrator, author of their existence when it comes to financial literacy, being able to procure the bag on their own time and their own dime. It became a no-brainer. If the same reason why they throw around this stat that the Robinhood traders have now broken Wall Street, it's the reason why Robinhood traders find a way to be the disruptor to what old money blueprints have been trying to convince them that they need to kind of live within a certain mind frame of narrative. And them young kids went in there and broke the system and made off more than the crooks of Wall Street that was already there. The banking crooks that were already there. Your job that you work for, your CEO, more than them.
Yep.
Because
it's just a transfer.
That's all it was.
You're talking about it's a transfer. Yep.
That's exactly what it was. So people can say what they want to say about these young folk, but these young folk had the power of life in their palm of their hand, from their cell phone in one hand and an Xbox controller or a PlayStation controller in the other.
That's it.
In the bottom of their parents' basement, and they making bags. They making bags, right? And people look at them like,
That's true because
it's
when I was right before the pandemic, I was volunteering doing taxes in Fort Jackson, and these two little kids came in. They must have been about, I don't know, 13, 14. And they was like, we come to file our taxes, and everybody looked at them like, what?
what?
And so here comes the parent, and it was like, yeah, because they not putting all that money on my tax return. They was doing that gaming stuff, and they sat
Yep.
there, and their parent made them sit with the tax preparer. She just observed them and made them go through it. And the little boys was sitting there. And one of them broke even, and the other one had to pay like a couple bucks. And they was like, "Why we gotta pay?"
Right. And man, it's kids that they don't even have a clue what them kids at that point were even doing, or just the fact that they in that position.
Yes.
Man,
So
that's powerful.
I told their mom, I had given her the link to my econ. I said, teach them how to get tax deduction. They wouldn't have had to pay. They would have kept that money. And she was like, what? I didn't even think about that. I was like, yeah, they're 1099. They're self-employed. You better write that.
That's true.
Facts.
That's true.
And ain't nothing for kids to get into business these days and now anyway, right? Because that's the best way to really prepare them for the future.
Yes, LegalZoom, you can get it. You can get incorporated and get them started on something, and then they understand about that they want to buy somebody else's business or work in somebody else's business, and then become a part owner in it or something. It's capital is one of the biggest challenges to learn. It's my parents, they both had 9 to 5s and didn't understand business, so that was my big thing growing up. I said I want to start my own business, so it's been 25 years now. But it's nice. but the capital side. So you may earn a lot of money, or you may generate. It doesn't matter how large or small it is, but you also have to understand the capital side of it, as opposed to always going to the bank. You build your own bank. I mean, there's a lot of different ways of generating the capital and then holding on to it at the same time. So right. it's a process that takes, it's just like you got to eat an elephant. You can only eat it a chunk at a time. So right. it's just, you got to put the work in. There's no magic, there's no, it's just work, It's
no quick fix to it.
No,
it's understanding. Again, like we always say, it's a marathon, not a sprint, right? It's the long game, right?
Absolutely.
It's allowing your money to grow feet, grow hands, right? Grow these little appendagers, so to speak, right? And go work for you. Let it, burn out his elbows. Let it burn out his knees. Let it burn out his back, right? And you just be the brain behind it. To me, again, I always use these analogies for a reason, because you have to realize, you have to think in revolutionary type of mindsets to understand exactly what it's like to be, in revolutionary lanes of opportunity, right? And nothing short of an investor or trader, in the totality of what it entails to be it, is shorter than revolutionary, because you're putting the power in the hand of the user, right? That individual user, void of a middleman, right? Void of a system, right? Void of a indoctrinated education tenure that you have to go through, the debt that you're gonna succumb to just to supposedly get ahead in life, right? And that's not including that you get the education that is already come guaranteed with what? Opportunity in the job, right?
Yep.
Because y'all know if it was all predicated upon, debt, then institution be filled to the rim. If it was a guarantee, but that's why they starting to lose people going to college now, because that's what people starting to realize now, right? It's not worth the gamble.
Yeah, it is. You have so much information at your hands that you didn't have in, when the internet was developed, mid-90s, when it started taking hold. So now there's really, whatever kind of chart patterns you're looking for, whatever kind of, education on any kind of finance. I mean, but the predicated thing that I always come back to is, I always say, what's the concept? You teach somebody how to fish as opposed to giving them a fish, but at the same time, they need the internet so they can fish, because we're not fishing in the ocean. We're fishing on the database, the knowledge base of the world, and that's on the internet. So that phone is your link, computer, desktop, whatever you're using. But those questions are out there. Now we just have to learn how to ask better questions. That's the challenge.
Exactly.
The better our questions are, the more information we're going to get. So and you don't have to go to a university for that. But universities serve their purpose. I'm not saying that.
Right.
But
it has
at
its
the same
place in
time,
the food chain.
yes.
But
Exactly.
it's more
Absolutely.
structured for people who have a applicable aspect in a learning environment where they actually can have a real true application where they know it can really benefit them. Again, you go to college for Western music, seriously.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You got programs like that in this day and age.
You have to have the luxury of doing that. I mean, that
Right.
would be that's a luxury.
That's a luxury in itself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean,
and
you gotta take it a little more seriously. Yeah.
Right. And so you have to convince, you have to get young folks to see that, industries turn over every 10 years. Right. Now we're going into a new decade. Well, what's the new sign of this decade? Right. We came out of housing, we came out of tech, different aspects of tech. It's always, again, increasing, upgrading, and changing. And so if you're going to now to the university, you got to make sure that your program has application. It has use case, right? You're learning that now. It has to have proper use case at that, right? And it can't be overly saturated to the point where you obviously fighting tooth and nail just for your little degree to stand for something.
Right. And if you know anything about coding or anything about IT, you can that always helps in whatever field. If it's sports, music, medical, whatever it is, legal field, whatever field you go into, having some knowledge about tech, because tech is actually with the automation and everything that's moving, and COVID really exposed it and it developed. You think about Zoom. Remember, Zoom went public beginning of 2019. And it was it was what was out there. Go to My PC and some other that were out there.
Google Hangout, basic stuff.
Yeah, Google Hangout, all that. And then Zoom came in and boom, nobody knew COVID was going to hit, but Zoom was ahead of the game, and so there's a lot of technology like that. So, and now if you're in the hospitality business, it's going to be tough. Retail business is going to be tough for a minute, but I think you just have to get that concept of, okay, you have to know where the trends are. And try to work within there,
right? It just I have the Zoom chart up here on my screen. Let me put up the daily. The daily looks more, more tangible here. Again, this is a stock that IPO again around the spring of 2019. Again, ain't nothing that we hadn't talked about. We were already on it and doing stuff like that here and there, in the existence. And but that's why I would say you have to be in these circles. Right? You have to be in the field of play in order to be able to be engaging in it. Right?
Right.
And you think about it from a place of how much time people spend on their cell phones, how much time people spend kind of, in other, distractionary, aspects of entertainment or whatever. Again, there's no payout, there's no gain. It's an emotional, high, if you want to say that. Again, that don't pay bills. Right. Or I guess it could, motivate you to want to go out there and be the best employee ever afterwards. I don't know. Right. But for me, again, I don't sit here, at my stage in my life and make excuses for what I should have been doing back then at a point. Now that I know what I know now. Because it's like, okay, you know what? They got me. Right. They got me for all the other years. They got me.
Right.
Right. Because they got you. Right.
Right. Exactly.
Because they're not teaching. They're not telling you. They're not pointing you in the right direction, as it should be, in terms of you talking about nation sustainment and really building out the kind of environment where you really want to be at the forefront of everything now. That's why we're lacking in more areas, and it seems like everybody on terms on a global level, but we call ourselves a first world country that's better than everybody else. It's all lies. It's lies.
Yeah.
COVID exposed it.
Exactly.
See,
pull back the curtain. Absolutely.
It pulled back the curtains on all this food, and so people now can't sit here and lie to them. If you can constantly still lying to yourself now at this point, there's something wrong with you. Like I said earlier in the program, you have a mental issue, right? So again, Zoom, $60 and then $58 IPO, right? Back in again April 2019. Again, went through his little kind of grand debut, grand opening. You know what? Pullback, came back to reality, and then as soon as again the whole COVID scenario hit.
Yep.
This is when you put on your best forward-thinking shoes. What's going to benefit in an environment like this? What are some of the players who are going to be able to survive in a scenario like this? Post-apocalyptic kind of perspective, right? Right? And that's how you learn how to play chess and not checkers. So you start to lay your ground game early in the game. $60, $70 a share, $80 a share. Now this thing's sitting up here at $300 a share. Literally 5-6 months later. Stay at home.
And even the pullback. Think of the pullback in March. I mean, the pullback where they went right back up again. So I mean, even that the stocks that are trending, the industries that are trending. I mean, we're only if we're forced to work at home. So all of these, not necessarily FANG stocks, but the COVID stocks, I guess.
Right. That's what they
call
it COVID
stocks. Yeah. And those are going to be, I mean, until we get a vaccine, I mean, the next 2-3 years, I mean, it's going to be what it is. I mean, we may get an early vaccine. I don't know how great it is. I'm not going to volunteer. 50%. First of all.
50%. I mean, already done the research. I've done the research. Right. They already talking about, they're saying best case, we get one between 50% and at best case, 70%. But the norm is going to be batting around about 500%. So we're going to get a stock. I'm just giving a vaccine that's going to be a 50% effective value, the early one.
Right.
So what does that tell you? It's going to be a gamble.
Right. So long game. So, we're going to be in this season for probably, 2-3 years. And, but the Federal Reserve mandate. Yeah. So it's going to be, I always, and you always mention the 200-day, and I always follow that because that kind of tells you the trends. The 200-day tells you what you're looking for, and it's a lot of data. I always say you in this process, you're processing a lot of data, so you have to have your systems in place so you can process all the information that you're getting. Sometimes you have to stop because you get overloaded, you get too much, but you just got to take a break, come back, and just make sure you have your long-term plays and just it's a long game. So
and as we say, sit on it. So again, people that have money, those who were fortunate to have a little extra, right? Or they might be on Saturdays. Company was able to kind of backstop them a little bit, whatever the case, before it really became to be a bad situation. A lot of that money could have obviously still been put to work. So what most people did, they leveraged their credit during this moment, right? A lot of people leveraged their credit. I mean, why wouldn't they? Number one, they always paying down the zero interest rate value. Some of them probably refied their value in terms of their credit, credit availability, worthiness, because of the fact that what we're dealing with.
0% money. It's you can't get any better than this.
Right. So that's what basically was happening with a lot of these companies because they took advantage of that. So it ain't really their fault, right? It's the government fault for making the playing field so easy for them to, benefit off of it and not always to pay that thing forward to what? The other people who out there that sustain the, the so-called country in terms of the middle class, this, that, and the third. Yeah. So again, it's no secret at this point that what politicians are, they are what? Right? They're middleman between the liaison of government and, the people. And so they're for hire. Let me repeat that, right? They are for hire.
True.
They're not what you think they are.
For hire and inside traders.
All that, right?
because you have the information. You know what the major trends are. So, I mean,
ahead of time.
Some of them get caught with their hand in the cookie jar, which we hear about on the news.
They hit the old girl in Georgia. They hit a couple more people recently. Right.
Yeah.
So again, these are just white collar crimes, that has been happening since time immemorial because again, greed begets greed. And it's hard to tell a greedy people that they can't still be greedy when the getting is good, and then everybody distracted with other stuff. They gonna keep double dipping until they get caught. Again, Kodak,
Exactly.
Again, couldn't make this stuff up, right?
Yes, Kodak. I know.
It couldn't make this stuff up, right? It's just the nerve. So again, I always tell people, man, you gotta be careful who you sit around and celebrate and big them up, because you caught in celebrityism of all that fool. These people are, man, they are opportunists. Period. Right? You like, Mo, but they so they come from my district, man. And are you giving them a bag to work in your interest though? Right? You probably not. So that's why you ain't getting nothing that you probably right. So again, this is how this stuff works. So if you're gonna move in that mind frame that you think these things are supposed to work in your behalf, if you ain't cutting no checks, then they ain't cutting no checks.
Yep.
Right? Again, that's why that stimulus check is on ice. And they pretty much just trying to downplay it as long as they can at this point. And people are still hurting, right? People are being almost forced to evictions and all these things happening. The unemployment insurance will run out now. Again, all this last hour stuff that they knew was already ahead of them before they even got to this point.
Yeah.
They sitting there, they obviously playing on your emotions.
Yep.
And it's obvious. And you just still, because you're trying to find hope. Again, when you're desperate, that's when you have the most hope. That's crazy. But that's just a survival instinct. So you become by default loyal in some ways when you shouldn't. Now, before that, you were cussing them out. They were everything except a child or whatever. And they were just the worst of all. Now it's like, okay, but see. Now you're having the okay, but see conversation. Like, whoa. Now you've been compromised. Right? You've been compromised. And that's because you're dependent upon the system. That's my point. I'm getting at. You have to find, like I've been saying, other ways to know how to solidify your well-being outside of the system. The markets give you that.
Yeah.
As raggedy as it is, as manipulated as it is, as a greedy, environment as it is, right? But the one thing you can't say about it is it doesn't afford you the opportunity to find a company like a Zoom, to get in a ton like a Tesla, to ride a stock like an Apple, to yada this, yada that.
It is the most. It's like I always say, the reason people want to go into an environment where the playing field is level, right? So the playing field is basically based on your knowledge base, your way of searching for information, getting information. So that levels the playing field in the sense of the marketplace doesn't matter who's investing. I mean, everybody could be on either side of the trade. Be in options, you can be in Forex, you can be on all types of the market, right? I mean, just if you look at the dip in March, right? The dip in March. Okay, gold was at one of its highest, but it did come back down a little bit, right? And silver has been doing nothing since a while, but now it's moving again. So there's always opportunity, right? I mean, if something's up, there's look for what's possibly could run, So I've always, at one time, my thoughts were always one side of the market, only on the upside, and then you start to realize
what they call the perma bull, right?
Market. And so
we all come into the perma bull mindset out the gate.
Exactly. Absolutely. And you realize, well, hey, if you see a top coming, hey, you should be looking. Usually the options on the short side are really cheap. So or they could get expensive if people were kind of
once people start gravitating to them though.
Exactly. The premiums go up on it a little bit. But I mean there's always opportunity and basically you don't have to spend a lot of money. We always talk about, you can find something for 2 cents.
Right.
Y'all
know my motto, a little piece of change for a little something strange, right?
Exactly. There you go. That's it, and it is just, it's just time. There's no magic. You got to put the work in. And the things start to get clear. Yes, most people probably spend a little money on, different services. I think you do a great job of just the whole breadth of the marketplace. You talk about everything, which is great because you obviously got to be focused on the savings side. You got to be focused on the income side because you the more you make, the more you can put into what you can invest. But it's just valuing your effort and energy, the work that you put out there.
Right.
Okay, I'm not just going to throw it away on something that's frivolous. I'm going to throw it away. I'm not going to throw it away. I'll rather invest it than buy this. Right.
Right.
I mean, I always say it's better. It's better to pay cash for something as opposed to necessarily going out and buying something if you can do it without all the interest and everything else that goes along. I mean, I still have battles with my son. It was like we were going over this. Like, look, pay cash for the thing, go to auction, get it done, and you're done. You don't have to pay full coverage on a car or that kind of thing.
Right. You don't have to look back.
But you don't have to look back. It's like you don't have to worry about payments or anything. You just pay cash for the thing, and then you can take that extra money that you would normally pay every month and then put it in something. So you can buy that Apple that's gonna, so there's always opportunity. So that's one of those, it can be difficult. I know, especially you try to handle all this in the middle of a pandemic, but it's okay. It's tough times. You learn things. What LeBron says. He says, if you didn't have to struggle, you can't build the muscle. So that's the nice, that's the good thing. It's one of those things you got to have that struggle, and that puts you in a place where your eyes are open and you're focused.
Facts. And again, well said, because like we always, know it to be true when we speak in truth to power. Again, we know that this is a application based environment. All right. So you have to put in the work, right? You have to apply, right? And not so much the idea of just hitting the buy button or the sell button, but it's what you do in between that, or before that, I should say, preparation, more so than anything. And so good preparation always obviously shows a good level of proficient value once you are in the meat of the battle, right, or the thick of the battle. And so these opportunities, when they arise, you having an opportunity, not barred from it, not discriminated from it, whatever, it's just indicative of what we should have been doing, as I always say, a long time ago. Because this is the maturation process. You get better in time, like a fine wine. You get better. You don't regress in this. You rarely do a person regress in this. You have to be very, very, lethargic, bad habits, everything to walk away once you start to realize the true nature or opportunity within this. Right? You have to really, be bad from that perspective, or just, completely distracted. So, again, just no brainer. Again, S&P 500, just since I have this one up, I murdered the S&P 500 this week. It was up every day in leaps and bounds. We talked about this last Sunday in potentiality, what it could and could not do, and all that. We broke it down, and it did exactly what we thought it. One aspect of what it could do, and it did that. I mean, and again, some of those positions were like 60 cents a contract, 70 cents a contract, and they printed over 250, 300%. Per contract almost throughout the entire week. I mean, I can honestly say I know I spent at most maybe, gosh, if I had to throw them out there, gosh, I want to say around about at most maybe $800. But I gained
right.
about three stacks.
Yeah.
On this week alone. And just buying call contracts.
Exactly. And my biggest thing is I always look at I'm a trend. I do more trending than anything else. But I knew during the Republican what is it? Their convention. Their convention. You know he was going to make sure that market was not going anywhere. Exactly.
I spoke about that. I said, come on, guys, look about it. The one thing that he's claiming for fame is the stock market.
That's it.
And even though the polls say that he's behind naturally, right, and all this kind of adverse data that's coming out, people, whatever, I said you got to look at this thing from a lot of different perspectives. So that's exactly what I did. I started thinking about. So you know what? This might be his last grandiose moment in the sun. Right? The Republican National Convention is the biggest thing for them, like a Super Bowl. So, of course, him being in control of the markets, you know he was whipping Steve Mnuchin across the back. Keep my
But
markets
Mnuchin-
up. Keep my markets
Mnuchin-
up. Right?
Mnuchin has the Fed is underneath the
Treasury.
the Treasury now.
Right.
That wasn't before, right? So
they're an affiliate of the Treasury Department. They list their answer to the Secretary, of Treasury. And in this case, they're the mandate for so you already know, again, monetary policies, whatever. And y'all knows well, no, that's why they just been, again, the repo operation still been going for. That didn't stop. Man, this stuff was a given this week. It was just a given this past week, based upon everything. And then you still had the looming idea that, okay, you might get that last hour, stimulus bill, even though they had broke off the previous week. They kind of left everybody gutted saying we're going to be doomed. But apparently, it's always that hope, right? Hope keeps the market afloat. That's just the reality, because it's a forward-thinking mechanism. It don't care about, what happened last week. It's trying to figure out how can we make money off the next day or the week that's come, or the month. And so, again, when things are, again, breaking out and making all-time high, it's a very simple thesis. Y'all know as well as I know. Things that are strong tend to get strong what? Stronger, right?
Right, stronger.
Things that go higher tend to go higher. Or go higher. When you have an all-time high breakout, that's when the volume actually starts flowing in, because people feel like, hey, what? They missed out.
Yeah.
It's an all-time high. Oh, man, that means people was, and now you got what? People piling in.
And summer's coming to an end, so people are kind of back in the groove a little bit, and plus you're going to get spending up with school going,
potentially.
Even though you're not physically back in school, you're still laptops. You can't even find a laptop around anymore sometimes, because it's the models are the supply chain. So now the big thing is the both parties want to do a stimulus. I don't know when it's going to happen. Like I said, my number, I said 3 trillion or something. But at that point, okay, if that kind of money is coming through the system, what stocks is it? Is it Caterpillar? Is it who's going to be benefiting from this 3 trillion coming through the market? What is it's going to be? It's still a COVID market, but still, it's going to be a stimulus to. Is it going to be broadband? We got to lay more broadband because everybody has to be home. Everybody needs fiber in these rural areas. So there's going to be a lot of different stuff. Right, 5G rollouts, exactly.
Qualcomm, you spoke about broadband, definitely Qualcomm in that perspective. Again, it broke out off the mark.
I had Intel a while ago, so it's there. So it's a lot of. There's going to be a lot of. So even though physically retail and some entertainment may take a little hit, but anything that can be done on the screen, all those are going to be pretty good, right? So if you can produce content that you can show somebody through a screen, then you're going to be in the boom, because people looking for content, they're looking for things.
And if I could reiterate, because you brought up retail, right? Now, here's what's crazy about retail. Individual retail outlets and things of that nature, the individual aspect, the individualism of them, they are dead. Some of them dead men walking.
Yeah, right. Malls and things. When I say retail, I mean malls. I'm not talking about Amazon. Online retail is doing good. Yeah.
Right. Walk me 2 seconds. But look at the retail ETF, the XRT. I've been talking about the XRT ever since COVID came around. I say keep your eye on it just in case. How is the retail ETF out producing? I mean, it made an all-time high. The retail ETF made an all-time high, while JCPenney going out of business, Sears going out of business, Pier 1 going out of business, Steinmark going bankrupt. I mean, we name your favorite so-called retail that's struggling, but the overall retail ETF is banging. March load out around 26. It already has went over 100%.
But that retail, so they're merging the online ETFs. I mean, the online retail with brick and mortar. Okay, so so onlines are doing wonderful because
commerce.
That's it. That's all you can do. You can't. You're not really going in malls.
Sonomas, the Stitch Fix that was their repertoire anywhere. Anyway, they had a couple little brick and mortar in there, but that wasn't their main. Their main niche was what? Online, right?
Yep.
Now Gap had to reinvent themselves and Guest Store and all this. And so a lot of these companies were just, they didn't have the infrastructure for it. Like Kohl's.
Right.
Kohl's
Yep.
getting
Kohl's.
desperate,
Yep.
right?
Now Kohl's made a deal with Amazon. They were doing returns for Amazon, and then that
But that's all it
faded
was.
away. Yeah.
Amazon left them out
Right.
high dry. So they were just trying to, they just wanted, anybody to come in the store. That was an
Exactly.
deal. So Amazon sitting there like, okay, well, if you go under, I'm just gonna let you go under. I'm not gonna buy you out. I'll let you go under first and get you at face of peanuts.
Right, that's true.
And so that's why they're struggling, because ain't nobody going up in there. Amazon's strategic now. That's how they play game now. They play game dirty. They're doing it what they supposed to. That's what business supposed to do.
In business, there's no heart involved. It's just the numbers. Right? If you can sell the same product you can deliver that same product for less cost, they're going to do it. So they don't need the stores anymore. They're going to sell it direct to you, have it delivered to your house in 2 days. So
look at this. I mean, I couldn't make this stuff up. March lows, Kohl's, it came down. Matter of fact, around about $12. Actually, even in April, it went down even the lower in April. Even after the March low, it went lower. And look where it on the chart here. Nowhere.
Yeah.
Nowhere. I mean, it's completely gutted. I just told up on the last earning. This right here, this was me.
Okay.
Put a circle right there. So that was African Emporium right there.
Okay.
I bought them puts and crushed it. Right.
There you go. That's it.
Came down here and made a little bounce.
Oh yeah, you see that? It was about
Yeah, they bombed on earnings. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In terms of what people was expecting. And so I was like, man, you ain't convinced me, because again, Kohl's, no.
Yeah.
No, we're not talking about a real, even like a Dollar General, a Dollar Tree, even though we're trying to figure out how it's going to do like a Burlington. I mean, there's so many of them, obviously last week was what pretty much the beginning of the retail earnings. They kicked it off last week. Now this week you got Macy's and all them coming up down the pipeline. So it's going to be interesting. Gap, gave earnings last week and a few others. It was hit or miss on some. Like I hit Ollie's. All right, I hit Ollie's. That was one I got. I got a few. I was at Kohl's. Nordstrom. Nordstrom had this scenario.
Right.
Obviously.
Lord and Taylor. It was it.
They go out of
Avenues. Yeah, that's right. They both declared her. Yeah.
Crazy too, right? Them same little outlets or whatever they had. Now, I mean, these so-called esteem stores too. You think they be backstopped because of the brand value and over the years of money they produce, but they going under too, right? So again, it's just interesting watching all this stuff unfold, right? The weaklings are being picked off, and again, those who are strong and well prepared, they're eating everybody lunch, and they were already getting beat up before this COVID stuff hit. Amazon was gutting them anyway. And Amazon is sitting back, rubbing his hands and licking his lips, like, "Yep, I can't wait to roll right on up in here and take all what's left." Right, and so they want that. All Amazon want at this point is that real estate. Let me repeat. Yeah. Now they want the real estate. They got the e-commerce game on lock. Now they want all this real estate, this prime real estate. A lot of the retail took them years to be able to acquire. To be in the demographics that they are, the environments of the people that they are, all Amazon now want that. They want that real estate.
You have Kohl's all across the country, so you can have those locations that you need. So yeah, I mean they're going to be shopping. Sears, remember Sears was available too. So
Sears. I mean, again, man, couldn't make this stuff up, right? So you're in a position now. Again, if you are a opportunistic share buyer or equity buyer, because now you get a chance to play that game through an investment side, right? Let them do all the heavy lifting, the dirty work. You just come in and be a what, right? An investor, right? You get to come in and let their work, obviously strengthen your portfolio, your dollars, right? Your return, right? And so that's revolutionary. It's a no-brainer. Right. Some of them are set it and forget it kind of opportunities too, where you got a little extra mad money sitting around. You pay yourself before you pay all your bills and everything else first, and that money goes to work for you.
Yep. Pay yourself first. That's the key.
Always.
You got to get it out of there. Get it. Yeah.
Minimum 10%. Minimum.
Yep. Minimum, man.
And so that's how you.
The goal is to live on 70 if you can, and invest 30. That would be good.
Right. Right. That's real next level, especially some of you out there who are single, right? You don't have any kind of major, things on your plate. Come on,
Absolutely.
Y'all need to be 100,000-aires. Y'all need to be 100,000-aires. Y'all should have been 100,000-aires at least under this pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I saw some of these Robinhood accounts and these kids.
I know.
500, 1,200 to 5-figure income. Some of them are even up towards 6. And this is facts. And I'm not making this up on hyperbole. I saw them go from 5, 1,200, whatever, and then people then turn that stuff over to well into the tens of thousands and some of them hundreds of thousands. And a lot of it was just like we said, trends and popularity. They went all in on Tesla, all in on Apple.
Tesla's been
all in
Tesla's
on
been one of the craziest. It's been
it's crazy.
Amazon. I mean,
right,
all these
on
things.
Amazon.
I mean,
and even the most speculative ones that Coke falling and Neo stocking. I mean, come on, Zoom.
Even
Netflix.
I mean, you could literally name 300 stocks that would be. I mean, all of them took the dip. So you're buying on the dip.
Teladoc.
And then you can go.
Shopify.
Absolutely. Shopify. Yes.
It's like, oh goodness.
And then you still have like your TLT and your just your other stabilizing things like your gold and silver and so you can still get your profits out, put them aside, kind of get them, take your risk off. You don't want to be, just work with a small number of risk as opposed to anything major. Then you're playing with house money. The easier it is, my philosophy is you always sweat less playing with house money, right? Yeah. So if you get your bag, all right, get your money out of it. You playing with house money, then you can, and then it's not an issue. The wife's fine. You're not playing with the kids' college fund and that kind of thing. So it is a opportunity. Literally, if you have a phone, like you're saying, right?
Cell phone,
knowledge, phone, and a Google browser, and you're ready to go. That's it.
Facts. Facts. And that's why I'm always breaking down the simplicity aspect of that, because a lot of people need to really put that into context. And a lot of times they don't hear it in that perspective, right? Because they're so convoluted by all this, the hyperbole and the jargon behind investing and trading that it seems to be intimidating to them. I'm like, no, strip all that stuff away, realize the basic premise and thesis and the mechanics of it, then anybody can do it. It's it's a sell button. It's a company. Right? It's the amount of capital that you have willing to put down. And they've made it so easy in that now with fractional shares and all that stuff. Now, come on.
Yes, exactly.
Do that, right? So if you in your 30s and 40s and 50s, and you sitting there struggling with the idea of hear these little kids that's in high school kicking your behind and invest, then
exactly.
Yeah, you need to reevaluate. You need to reevaluate some things. That means you bought too much into the system, and you rely on the indoctrination aspect of it to float your boat.
The nice thing about it is I'm very optimistic about it. I'm probably an optimistic guy anyway, but I always says, my dad, he when he got the internet, he was in his 70s, right? So when it became fully functioning, I mean, you can go back to the early IT days, or when you just had what was the old browsers and just late 80s, yeah. So that was that's when I bought my first computer, So it's the young kids now, they grow up with the technology. So now it's very liberating for them to be able to attack any subject, any they have the information in front of them. As long as they have the phone. Now that's the key. You gotta have the bandwidth, and you gotta have that device. And so that's what makes the difference. And then your knowledge base grows, and then you can implement a lot of things in your in your life. So that is the key. You just got to put the work in. So we spend money on all kinds of stuff, right? So the key is just to get your tools have to be right.
Right.
You know, your tools, you know, your mind first, obviously, but your mind will help you find those tools. Even if you have to, you know, buy a used computer, you know, you find something now. Computers now are what? I mean, you
Man,
can get a new computer for $350. You know, you got a new machine. So
I've been in trading rooms, Phil, where we all trading live and getting it.
right,
The computer or laptop blew out in real time.
right.
Joe got off the Discord mic. I'm finna run over to Amazon or Best Buy real quick in Walmart and get me a cheap computer and get back. True story. Came back, I got it, opened up, tap, you know, hit Ethernet cable. They, you know, they had to, you know, got the base right back in it.
Yeah, I have one desktop, a tower that I use, a gaming box, and I have a laptop. So I always have two going at the same time. So just because you don't want to be in what they say, you don't want to be in the middle of a trade and you go down. So
Right, but having a
you,
feeling where you can backstop that and ain't no worry to you.
right, right,
And we throw around ideas what type of computer, like, man, just go get a quick one real quick. It's just real,
exactly,
it's like going to get a pair of socks that, you know, because they got these socks.
exactly.
Yeah, I just went, you know, dropped like $1,500 on a little, you know, a little makeshift, little quick little laptop. It wasn't no big deal.
Right.
And some people like, man, that would have took me 3 months to 6 months to a year to do that, man. I'm like, man, look, when you playing ball, right?
Yeah.
Your equipment, your tools, your tool belt, of course, right? You're gonna have, you know, what you need.
Better be on point with it, yeah.
Right, you ain't taking no plastic hammer into, you know, a construction site.
It's business. I mean, it is literally it's business. I mean, even though you may think it's some people, you know, it's a part time, but it is business. I mean, you're plus you're understanding. Yeah, I mean, we're in this, you know, you have to understand the numbers. You know, you have to continue to develop and understand it. And it's just a process. It's just a process that you have to go through, but you got to put the work in. There's no
other way around it. We've said it a million times. Investing in trading is not a lazy man's game. Everybody knows that. You know, that rule, right, or that mantra, that thesis. Investing in trading is not a lazy man's game. You can luck up some of the time, but you will lose most of the time.
Yep.
Simple as that, right? So that means you have to put in the work to narrow down your the probability in your favor a little bit better, right?
Yeah.
If not, you're going to be on the losing end more than you're going to be on the winning side. So again, 90% of traders lose money, 10% obviously being able to win. That 10% is a part of a group of people who do what? Due diligence, and they have a value of discipline. Simple as that, right? Because you can have a level of due diligence, and your discipline might be sloppy. You can have good discipline, but bad due diligence, and that could throw you off, right? It's just that imbalance. You have to find the balance, right? So you can't just be strictly technicals alone. It can float you to a degree, granted, right? But it's also good to know what's going on around you too fundamentally, right? It's that marriage.
Exactly.
When you marry the two, you really start getting it.
Right.
You really start getting it. So it's just all of this process. And nothing that we can't learn. It's not outside of our wheelhouses. You naturally already have a level of skill intertwined into you innately through the understanding the aspect of supply and demand, right? You buy low, sell high, whatever, looking for opportunity, growth, right? Those things are requisite to you, especially living in a capitalist society, because you see how some of this stuff works, paying bills, and all that stuff.
That's it. We live in Rome, so we better recognize the processes, how it works. So
feel exactly, and so we're just trying to take our piece off the table, in a way where we're not having to deal with somebody else's their business model, their direction, their them telling you when you can and cannot, or whatever the case. So that's why I say, to me, again, I know we kind of said it enough till we kind of blew in the face, but it's the best online business model ever.
Absolutely.
And you can do it anywhere around the world, right? And so
anywhere around the world, yep. As long as you have a connection, you're good.
That's it. So I'm not sitting there arguing that. Once you really begin to realize the power within it, I'm not arguing that, and I'd be a fool to argue that, right? And so Yeah, sorry about that, Theo, but Monica. See, y'all know again. I get the grind and get the talking. I forget to come look in the back channel part, whatever. So forgive me on that, Eva, Monica. But
Yeah, me too. I'll mute and listen.
no, you good. You good. That's what we do here. It's all family. That's why we have it for everybody to come on. I welcome you guys to come on because I love that. Obviously, I love it. Right. So again, so we pretty much touched on most of everything that I had in mind to talk about today. Again, we talk about the giveaway. We're gonna talk more about that in detail between tomorrow and Monday. My goal is to give away as appreciation to you guys. Obviously, hitting over that 1,000 mark subscriber point. Regardless of people interactive or not, nonetheless, people obviously, say, well, hey, we're going to keep this brother and this channel close. And so I thank you all for that. So again, for the next 3 weeks, I will be giving away a free t-shirt out of my merchandise in terms of my business stuff as appreciation. So I got to come up with some kind of poll or questionnaire or something a draw from do like a draw or something, a drawing, put everybody's name in the basket who tune in maybe, 3 times out the week. And draw from that, and that person obviously gets the free t-shirt. But nonetheless, again, it's just me saying, hey, I appreciate you all. And so look for more information on that. So now I have the ability to post an actual post through my YouTube now since I get over 1,000 subscribers. So I may do it through a post where you kind of just tune in, you see the post and say, hey, this is the rule criteria. Then that's how you submit. So again, ain't nothing that you just have to do, but it's just a form of me giving back, right? So I want to thank y'all for that. So I guess the last thing here, again, this whole Microsoft, Walmart, this TikTok deal. Again, we talked about it kind of somewhat briefly and sparingly a little bit. It's a form of national security. All of a sudden, TikTok is a threat to the U.S. government. Let me repeat: TikTok, the app, the teeny bop, or whatever people like to call it, that app is a threat to national security. And you say, well, what do you mean by that? So if you haven't been following the story, the drama behind TikTok, where it's obvious that the Trump administration has a problem with it because, again, their ties to the Communist Party of China, right? The idea that a lot of the information of American users, their data has been stored on Chinese servers. That is problematic to the diplomats or just America, interests in their mind, right? As if now China has leverage of power over America. Obviously, we know we are in the middle of a Cold War through this whole, trade war and tariff issue that we're still dealing with between America and China. And this is just no more than China, whether they're using it or they're not, in the psyche of America, Trump sees that China has leverage over America just because they got America's data, right? In terms of their user base, right? And so this whole idea that he's going to ban it if it doesn't, be bought out by American-based companies, so they can obviously bring that, those licenses and things of that nature back on American soil. Well, it has become more of a political mandate for the private sector to come in, meaning companies, public or private companies, whatever, to come in and be an orchestrator and try to get this company under their reins. All right, so you have a few companies who have came to the bat that said they particularly might want to be of interest in it. The two that stood out the most, well, one of them just joined recently, but before that, you had names thrown around like Facebook, Google, Amazon, Apple, and in the very beginning, Microsoft, whatever. And now of late, Oracle has came on the scene. Twitter had came on the scene a little bit, and so basically, a lot of those other companies like, Amazon, Facebook, whatever, Twitter, they have issues when it comes to this whole issue behind data security, authorization, things of that nature, right? So, the Senate is on their back, right? Microsoft, on the other hand, they were scot-free in that lane, right? And they've been able to build a relationship with the American government in a way that they're now procuring government contracts for their software, their Azure program, right? That a lot of these, Department of Defense use this, that, and the third, right? So, when it comes to this aspect of what America is scared of in terms of why they don't want this kind of user information to be in the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, they needed a secure company who has the capacity, not just the money, but the capacity to deal with all this coding. That's the problem. It's the coding, right? And it's licensed under the Chinese government because that's where it sits, in their mainland under their, under those servers. And so the latest data that's out is that they say it's over 15 million lines of code that is under the ByteDance TikTok platform, the AI algorithm that's running it. And so for any of you guys who ever been on TikTok, I haven't me personally, but I know people who use it. I've seen the commercials. I've seen it actually on YouTube, right? And how crazy, people are on it. Obviously, it's a very well put together platform, application, this, that, the third. It's rivaling that of Facebook. It's rivaling that of Snapchat. It's rivaling that of Twitter, Instagram. Throw in, insert your favorite little, social media. So much so that Facebook tried to clone it with their new Reels application, right? And also, who else did something? Instagram, somebody, not Instagram, but some other company tried to make a clone of it, but they obviously it can't compete with what TikTok has already been able to put together, right? And so, in saying that, sorry about that, Sister Mo, dang it. And saying that, it has now, again, like I said earlier, it has become a thing of, national security for the Trump administration to bring that power back somewhat on American soil, right? The threat of it. And so over this past week, when the news of it became to be even more relevant, because we're getting down to that September the 15th deadline, that's the actual deadline date that the company has to be bought out or it's going to get banned in America, right? Or it's going to get banned in America. It has forced these companies to really step up and say, well, hey, let's get this bidding war on. So now you have some names that have kind of came up out of the dust as the front runners, right? First, again, we knew about Microsoft, but now Walmart, of all companies, are in the fray. They are in the deal now. They've partnered up with Microsoft to team up to buy out, right? To buy out this TikTok vault aspect, right? Interesting, too, in itself, right? You would say, well, what do Walmart have to do with something like this? They're not into that kind of, but they have something that a lot of the other companies don't have. They have an e-commerce presence, right? They have the infrastructure, right? The logistics infrastructure in place and all the other stuff, right? Microsoft has more on the security side. They'll be able to deal with the security side. Walmart would deal with more of the e-commerce side, the logistics, all the other stuff like that. And so that's why it seems to be a win-win for them both, right? Two heads are better than one in this case, and they get to split the difference of the cost. So no one obviously has to give up, more than the other, even though they got the money, right? If nobody got it, Walmart and Microsoft definitely had the money to buy them out, right? And
what was the cost of that? I saw something about $5 billion, or what is it?
Is at this point it's about $30 billion.
30 billion, okay. Which is that's not a lot of money for those guys nowadays.
Right. In the very, very beginning, the beginning talks, they would throw around numbers like 5 billion, 10.
Okay.
Right. But they started to realize how valuable it really is. Because a lot of these fund managers and quants never really, really sat down because it's like, yeah, it's a private company, so it didn't matter to them, right? Now they had to run them numbers because Wall Street they start doing the future valuations. They start saying, monetizing, and they already been good at that, and they got loyal followers. Oh, and it's still growing, and they can
also have the youth. Yeah, they have the youth. A lot of young people. So
they already saying that they can overtake Facebook. Of all companies, it can overtake Facebook in terms of its use case value. Right? They say the average person spends roughly around about 5 or 6 hours on it at any given period, or at least about 52 minutes per use case. That is a lot of time and data and opportunity of marketing and advertisement, et cetera, et cetera. Coming from a person who's obviously been in that lane on the corporate side, marketing and advertisement, that is awesome, right? To garner someone's attention for that much time. You're getting all their, the time to push something out. Nonetheless, this deal, again, sets the precedence of what it can really do. And I say that because now you think about Apple having now the biggest, market valuation in any, pretty much publicly traded or company pretty much on the planet, right? 2 or 2.1 trillion dollar, purse, right? And Microsoft is second with about a 1.7 trillion dollar purse, right? Then you got Google and Amazon, all them. This deal per se, if Microsoft is able to pull off, which it seems to be at this point, 11th hour, that they're going to be the ones to get this deal over Oracle, right, in tandem with Walmart, can catapult them in market value-wise ahead of Apple. That user database that you're going to get from those TikTok users is priceless.
Because you not only get the U.S. market, but you also get the Chinese market because it's big there as well. So you getting into emerging markets with that value is invaluable. Because that's
This number right here, if y'all can see my screen right here, that data point right there, that's what got them jokers licking their lips and salivating right now. TikTok is a video-based social media platform where you create short videos. It has 800 million active users globally. How long TikTok been out? Like yesterday?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah.
And it has 800 million and growing. And their demographic is who? Teenagers and young adults. That's the entire market. That's the entire market. It has the potential to become as big as Instagram or as YouTube. Hence, that's why YouTube tried to create their own and Facebook trying to create their own. It ain't going to be able to work. It ain't going to work. Right? Because people have already gravitated to that platform.
So it's a privately owned company.
Privately owned.
But are the owners of the company is it Chinese based?
ByteDance is Chinese. TikTok is American, but ByteDance is people that own the license and all the thing behind it. That's the parent company, ByteDance, and they're sitting in China. That's the problem, because this whole, aspect of national security, because that coding and those data, aspects of keeping that data is tracked upon Chinese servers.
So they have to buy the Chinese company out then.
They got to. That's the only way. And therein lies the problem what we've been dealing with for so long. Now here's what's also interesting. Last hour, and then we're talking about the last hour, right? Because Friday was kind of pretty much a coup d'etat moment, right? Because they were saying instantly that we may get a deal Thursday within the next 40 hours of a particular company or companies in terms of Walmart now being in the fray, that we may have a deal on the table in the next 48 hours. That's per Fox News, CNN, CNBC, CNN, most all the business people out there. The Chinese government, the Chinese Ministry of Science and Commerce, whatever, technology over there, Friday evening after the financial markets had closed, put out a press release saying that they now have an issue with letting things go easily. They're going to put a license fee on the data. They throwing their hand in the cookie jar saying, we're going to get some of this money too. If the Trump administration looks to gain some out of this too, by what they're doing and orchestrating this deal, well, we're going to make some money off of it too. So they put out, again, a mandate saying that they now are going to tax, add a license fee to the transfer of data for this AI server aspect that now will have to come, a part of the package deal for it to be removed basically off the Chinese services. The service, it's going to come with a fee, or there will be no particular, removing of it. They still go forward with the deal, but guess what? That data is still going to be kept on what? Them Chinese servers. So in order for to get it off the Chinese server, which that's the whole idea of what Microsoft was needing to do to please the Trump administration, they now last hour, it's probably going to be another value of negotiation. So it's probably the price is going to go up a little more now, possibly, right? And they saying around about a 2-3% taxation, right? A 2 or 3% taxation on a $30 billion valuation. How much is that? Right? Keep that in context. So that's what the Chinese government, Communist Party, they're looking at kind of usurp, right? Or siping off from this particular deal on the way out the door. So interesting enough for those who are obviously Microsoft, those who are along Walmart, right? Again, there's value, a very instrumental value now going to be attached to your company if you're able to pull this off and acquire this company, TikTok. You're now competing head to head, not neck to stomach, the shoulder, but head to head with Twitter, Snapchat, and now even Facebook.
So there would be a transition if they're gonna if they're concerned about the data being on the Chinese servers when they buy them, Microsoft and Walmart come in and buy them, whoever it is, Oracle, whoever. If they come in and buy them, there's got to be a transition. You just can't. I'm in IT biz. You just can't move stuff off the servers.
Right, it's going to take time. It's going to take well over about 1 year, a calendar year, give or take, minus, to remove all that coding, decipher it, all that coding, and put it into the Microsoft servers.
Okay.
They already said pretty much at this point it's going to take at least a minimum of a year. To translate all that coding, because they said it's 15 million lines of AI coding.
Right.
And that coding is dangerous because again, them keeping it on their servers, bite this, whatever, it ain't hard for the Chinese government to kind of siphon off user data.
Exactly.
If they needed to, if they wanted to, right? To get leverage and gain leverage over Trump, obviously that's the case, or use it, for political reasons. Because you ain't finna tell a teenager that's sitting in, the valley out there in California that they can't have they TikTok, right? You finna start World War I, right? With these young folks, you talking about you gonna take away, right? So
let alone, you almost have 1 billion people, so it's not just here; it's all over the country, all over the world.
It's 800 million users, right? 800 million, right? And so again, that's a lot of exposure, right? That is a lot of potential money, right? And so, some of them, as they've been thrown around in terms of Wall Street, they're saying obviously, the ability to generate, again, well over in the beginning stages, once it's really get really going, around about $250 million. I mean, excuse me, a quarter trillion. Excuse me, a quarter trillion. A quarter trillion. That's over $250 billion. And again, at its zenith, well into the potential up near the trillion plus, because it's still growing and it's new, and it has to kind of, I guess I'll say, platform, because again I haven't been on there. I just been seeing their stuff. I know people crazy about it. Apparently, that's what everybody been using since the COVID stuff. It has caught big under the COVID, quarantine and sit down scenario. Everybody and mom on there, literally. Even older adults on using it now to do what they do. Because it's a marriage between YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, and Twitter all together, and Instagram all in one. Right? It's all that in one. You couldn't make this stuff up. So you got the music, you got the interactive value, you got the quirkiness, you got, again, it's for whatever. Again, I'm just using nerd stat moments. Again, just as an investor, how I would look at it. So again, if they ever was to take the company, public as a separate entity, man, look, that stock would be one definitely.
So TikTok is TikTok's owns the proprietary algorithms, but they're just sitting on the Chinese servers,
which is ByteDance and their parent company.
Okay.
So they're owned by ByteDance, right? And ByteDance is obviously, in China, but TikTok is American
right.
born company.
Right. So they own the licenses and the rights to the algorithm and everything else.
They went to China for this deal, right? Because they didn't want, it was cheaper, it was more plausible for the level of ingenuity and engineering that China offers.
Right. I was going to say they offer a bunch of.
Yeah. They are in the lead when it comes to that. They get it done. I think second to them is Canada. That show you how well behind we are. But we the greatest in this and that in terms of America. Man, stop telling man, America, look, people don't want to hear it, but America is dumber than a box of rocks when it comes to the technology.
Well, and then we don't have the volume. I mean, we do a lot of the architectural, a lot of the architectural, the design, but so far as crunching the code, we usually farm that out. So that's going to India and China.
Right.
So if an American company buys it, I mean, it doesn't matter because Walmart and Microsoft, they all have, you know, shops overseas anyway. So that wouldn't change much. It's just the servers would probably be on U.S. servers, the way they can secure them. And
They
that
pay
kind
for
of thing.
servers right now for the
Yeah.
so-called quote unquote national security.
Right.
Couldn't make this stuff up. But who's going to benefit from it at the end of the day, though?
Right.
The shareholders.
The shareholders, absolutely.
It's all about shareholders and stakeholders, right? That's the name of the game.
That's it.
And that's why we're in this industry, and we're learning how now to be stakeholders, virtual stakeholders, which obviously means equity holders as well in these opportunities. When before you were shut out, you had no clue. You would just aimlessly just walk around saying, "All you do make all this money," and it's like, man, I need to get in the game. Well, here's the opportunity. Same way we talked about the Apple split and the Tesla split. Now you get a chance to come in at a much lower price now. Right. Well, it's the same thing in understanding what this actually does now for the Microsoft portfolio. What does this actually does what it does for Walmart. Right. And again, it's crazy just the level of how these little opportunities just pop up out of thin air. And in terms of the little company TikTok, how popular it began, it came on the scene in terms of the COVID-19 scenario, and now is one of the most feared companies on the planet, but also most potential lucrative ones in the same breath. Right? Because the level of attention that it garners. So people are paying for attention now. Who would have thought about it? Who would have thunk it, right? This nigga over there, who would have thunk it? People are paying for people's attention now. How can I distract you longer than the next man? I need your attention. Right? Back in the old days, in terms of you out there date on the dating scene, it took a lot to get a woman's attention, right? It cost you a lot of money, a lot of time. Like now I joke like, man, look here. I'm gonna go on Match.com. I'm gonna go on Facebook. I'm gonna do all of it virtually for free. Right? It costs you nothing. Right? So chivalry
it's like it's like a football stadium, right? You got to put butts in the seats, and so it's eyeballs on the screen. So
yeah. Chivalry dead out there now. Sisters out there hurt, they're struggling. Like, man, what happened to all them jokers at? Where them jokers at? All them jokers out there, they whatever. Right. So again, I just to kind of bring that into a head, kind of make sure we hit all the talking points of the day that we had scheduled. This deal is going to be something, man, yeah, Oprah Brand, you did the math on that. You say 2%, that's around about 600 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, 600 million. Excuse me, 600 million. Sorry.
600 million, yeah.
600 million. Yeah. That's a $600 million taxation. Are you kidding me? Just for, a license. Imagine that you had to pay $600 million for some license. Look, bro. Hey, all I want to do is just go fishing, bro. Well, that's going to cost you about $600 million. What? Them fishing can stay right on out there. I'm sorry. I'm good. Right?
But remember, you're still borrowing it at 0%, so it's all good.
Yeah. I'm driver's license, man. Well, that's going to cost you $600 million for them driver license, bro. Bro, I'm not driving a Bugatti. I got a little hoop there. What, you kidding me? I will beat bicycle and beat feet or beat feet. I'm straight.
Yeah, it's a buyer's market because the money is so cheap now. So it's a good time to merger and acquisitions, M&A. So it's not a bad time for it.
So everybody now, I mean, literally running, to again, people all, if you go to matter of fact, let's run over the stock to it real quick, because everybody that's a Microsoft holder, right? And Walmart, they salivate, right? I made a good little bag off of it. I posted it in our little group. Yeah, I made a nice little bag off Microsoft when they had that, initial news that they were actually going to be, they're in the front runner with Walmart. It jumped, basically from, I think it was like what 222, 223, all the way up to like 231, right? And obviously hit all time high, and that was a quick little bag. So literally, I made like $100 and some odd dollars in about what. Go about 10 minutes, 20, 50 minutes, about an hour, somewhere around there. I forgot. But I posted it in our group. Right? But it was a quick little option trade I took on a day trade and made a quick little bag on Microsoft. But people are not geared up for at least they say a minimum of 5% move if the deal go through. Right, that's the minimum.
Mm-hmm.
They say it could easily be as much as 10% to 20% move on this. And so roughly, if you think about 20% of Microsoft at 228, you talk about roughly around about what 250, somewhere around there, landing price. If this deal obviously give the investors what they want in terms of that speculative value, nice little bump up.
Yeah.
Right? And the stock again, that has nothing to do with the forward valuation, what it will end up walking into once everything gets to moving, right? The coding and everything and the monetization. Again, they say unequivocally, they say it can overtake Apple's valuation. And I believe it, right? Because this changes the game. Apple don't have that kind of user base. They got some loyal followers, but they ain't got a young 800 million. That's why I said the keyword young 800 million subscriber and counting. Data pool.
Not to mention, Microsoft. They started those subscriptions on the Word, Microsoft Office, and all of that. So, you don't get no one time and get to use it forever. You got to upgrade every year.
Got to keep bringing that paper to the forefront. So this stuff is, this could be huge, right? This could be huge, right? So, everybody that's in these message boards like Twitter and stock tweets and Discord room, they ain't get no sleep this whole weekend. If you're a Microsoft, Walmart, or Oracle stockholder, you ain't get no sleep. You ain't get no sleep because all you can think about is what, man, my calls, man, my call buys, man. If we hit, I'm lit. It's that kind of mentality. We hit, we lit. And so, they over there, man. They look here. Them jokers, they wilding out over there. They are wilding out on Microsoft. People over there nervous. Everybody got their little research and their thesis. Again, I don't know what this guy here, what he doing. I don't know what that's all about right there. Yeah, I got to. he all lives matter. Like I ain't got to know what that. I don't know what they got to do with this deal. But yeah, so again, here come, that's what I was talking about, the restrictions. Chinese announced new restrictions on artificial intelligence technology literally Friday. Couldn't make this stuff up, right? Artificial intelligence technology exports that could further complicate the sale of the TikTok U.S. operation while intensifying the tech battle between the world's two largest economies. Now, y'all instantly know that deal is pretty much done, right? Even if they can still make the deal and they just have to politic that data stuff later, but that always makes it more issue for what? The Trump administration. But for the most part, it's a gangster move. They're gonna pay that tax, right? They don't have no choice.
Oh, for sure, they're gonna have to pay the data because that servers, Chinese own those servers, so that data's not coming off unless they get their payment. So yeah, but that's a tax basically. That's what it is.
Right, and so they're forced with it. And so again, like I said, I got some swing calls in it. I made off good throughout the week on, hitting Microsoft, peppered up. Walmart was breaking out. Y'all saw it too. So it was definitely worth a speculative swing call into the news. My risk is already defined. I know what I'm dealing with, but the opportunity, it grants a great moment for the greedy fund managers and investors out there to speculate in a way where, they're dealing with, with a great opportunity for their stock if the deal does go through. They really got a golden goose moment, a golden egg, if they're able to kind of acquiesce and get this deal.
Yeah, Walmart is really trying to compete with Amazon in the sense of, they still have the biggest, what do they say? If Walmart ever got their system set up like Amazon, just their interface and their website and their just customer service, if they get that, because you could sell a lot more because there's a Walmart store less than 10 minutes away from every person in this country. So, but Amazon doesn't have that. That's why they trying to get Kohl's and the rest of them. Yeah.
That's exactly why I talked about real estate. Amazon want that real estate, right? Yeah. They want to be next to the Walmarts. They like the Kohl's and the JCPenney's that are around the corner and all the kind of company, stores in that, in those areas. So that's the advantage that Walmart has. They got that real estate.
So that's actually a good combo because I don't think they know the tech side as much as Microsoft does. So with that combination, that's a really good combination. Walmart and Microsoft going on that.
Right. And
If
so
they
that win-win aspect of it seemed to be like, again, you get two brainchilds instead of one. You know, again, the government gonna back that. And then again, Microsoft in good, they in bed with the government, right? Microsoft.
you're still paying 0% money. There's a loan.
Right.
You still
Again.
got, you know, so it's
And it
it's
pops
a
some perks
win-win.
that they ain't even talked about on the deal because the government, you know, in best interest saying, hey, we gonna, you know, we probably throw you a bone under the table. Anybody got to know about it, right? Right. We'll put up $5 billion out of it off the record, right? And so again, you just this stuff. That's how this stuff works, right? It's just the country. The country been, you know, born in this kind of environment. You know, but again, you know, it's you know, people getting riled up about it, man. They getting riled up about that little deal. And you know, for whatever worth, again, we'll see. Because they say again, Thursday the deal can come as early as 48 hours. Off that mean Friday and Saturday. You know, even though again, the Chinese Communist Party threw a monkey wrench in it at the last hour, yes, Friday, with that late press release saying they finna not tax people, you know, tax the deal. You know, I think they're gonna pay that though. You know, I don't think they're gonna not.
But still, I don't see a dip in the Microsoft buying. I mean, it didn't. I don't. Did it pull back a little bit or did it?
Minusculely, right? It was a minuscule.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like it. Yeah.
Right? So Walmart did the same thing, pull back from basically 141 down to 140.30. Excuse me, Walmart. Microsoft did the same thing, right? It had a matter of fact. Let me go to the real chart. Over here at let's go to Trading View real quick here. It pulled the same way. You know, you had a nice little, somewhat of a little small little pullback on the end, but again, it was just more so that, you know, okay, all right, and we'll take a little profit too, right? If nothing else, right? Because again, it proved to have been a nice little scalp trade throughout the week anyway. You know, especially when the news hit. You know, it was a great little day trade, and I did it on the option market and came off a nice little bag, you know, real quickly. So yeah.
I mean,
so,
it was down at 2.4. Yeah, it was down at 2.14 right around the 24th. I mean, I missed that one big time. I was on the middle of a project. That's you know, that's why if I was full time, I would love it. But I just, you know,
that's that process.
I go in seasons. I'm in seasons, so sometimes I'm out. You know,
you're right.
Making it happen. So,
but you got the opportunity. That's the greatest thing about it. So, you know, again, being around other like minds. So sometimes people throw a bone out there because the greatest thing about it, you know, as well as I know, you got that option playbook at your disposal. That's that set it and forget it moment, right? Push it out about a couple weeks, right? Push it out a week or two and say, okay, I sit on it. My risk is defined. They got a supernatural catalyst, right? Because that's basically what it was. This is a supernatural catalyst, right? Being able to land this would be like monstrous for you know, again, Microsoft and Walmart. And so again, like you said, 213, 214, down here as low as 212 on the 24. And then the rumors started to circulate, and you know, obviously start putting Microsoft at the head of the game. The income to gap ups gapped up from 216 up to 217, 218. Started running to the upside, 222, pull back, consolidated, let the RSI cool off, and guess what? Gangbusters. You know, and so I bought that call during that intraday session. That joker gapped up, ran up, and went all the way up to like 231. And so I bought the 230 calls just on a fly. And that thing had turned over so fast. That's why I love it, because this thing was all in like in one candle. Literally, I couldn't make this stuff up. Right? Literally about 2 minutes. So I would say about 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, that was a quick little $140, $50 I made on that quick little play. And that fast. Them two little candles right there. Actually, the third one, this one here, but them right there, what they call them, three white soldiers. Them three white soldiers kicked in. And it was like, man, let me get this bag.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, and actually, this little pullback right on Friday, right before close. I mean, hey, that's a you know, I hadn't looked at the options there, but I'm gonna take a look and see what's to play on Monday.
Yeah, so pullback slightly.
Hey, brother, can you look up? I'm sorry. Can you look up Oracle right quick?
Yeah. Yep. No problem.
See if it mimics it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It had a nice little run too. It got up off of it too. Yep, because Oracle same way. It came from, down here, roughly around about it like what 55, $55 a share, $55 a share. It gapped up on the news again that Oracle now obviously going to put in the bid for for the whole TikTok thing, because Oracle don't typically move no more than about $1 change. At most they have a very low ATR,
Right.
and so it gapped. Ran a little bit, went up, made another high. Okay, it's not Oracle moving, right? And so you see here, it was just game busters. This is when it really began to be relevant that Oracle obviously has a potential chance. It ran from 56, all the way up to 57 and some change up here, and again, consolidated chop as you can see here, pull back, a little bit here on the 27th, and gang busters right back up from 56 all the way up here to around about near 58. Right? Those are big moves for Oracle. People don't know.
Yeah,
those are big moves for Oracle. And so here you are now, just chopping out, consolidating, still bull flagging, making higher lows. As it's been going. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. Higher low here, and now another higher low. And so it's just establishing a nice little support. Now again, at this point, from all the hype, it seems to be pretty much somewhat of a done deal that Microsoft and Walmart will end up being the winners.
Yeah.
Anything can happen, but as of now, they are the front runners. Since Walmart entered into the deal and partnered up with Microsoft, again, but for the sake of the shareholders of Oracle, they still won, regardless.
Oh, now, right, exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
Who knows?
Just being in the game, yeah.
Right, they may have a proper takers that they end up, news come out and they lose. Again, it's the market. I mean, what do you expect? But even if so, I would say, okay, worst case scenario, it pulls back to the 200-day moving average, right? That's sitting around about like $57 and some change right here, $57.30, right? And you sitting at what, $57.90? If you lose to 200 and people really get sour minded, okay, yeah, pull back around about 56 and some change, right? But again, you still receive at least a $2 or $3 premium. Somewhere around there, coming off, the low points of where the stock came from before all this news really began to be, relevant, or at least $1 some change, should say, right? So, who knows, right? Who knows, so to speak.
And the way the market is right now, you're talking about and this is like this little dip it took on Friday. That was almost helpful if you're looking to get it a little cheaper. I mean, that actually helped you buy in a little cheaper. If you wanted to come in on an option and get a call cheaper that Friday afternoon, worked out pretty good.
Liquidate those already outgoing call positions.
Yep.
Liquidate those put holders. Wash them out. Right. Bring in those those new holders going into the following week. And again, strategic way to buy options. Right. I was talking to people about that as far as how to do that. The previous last Sunday that came on, when I was telling everybody when I got the channel back, and I was like I swung some spy calls into next week because of this and that, right? Republican National Convention, all this hype, this, that, and the third, all-time high scenarios. So I mean, those calls. I mean, I bought the 341s, and them things, man, did they print? And then Monday, I turned around and bought the 343 or 342, and I bought two more to 343s. That Tuesday near closed, all of them printed over near 280% minimum. And y'all saw that what SPY ended up doing, went all the way up to like 351.
351, yeah.
Right. So I mean, crazy gains. And I was, you always kick yourself. Man, I should have bought more. Right. But a bird in hand beat one in the bush.
Yeah, exactly. Always.
So, grateful for that profit. Grateful for that opportunity to walk those calls into the value that they went into, really with no struggle too, because every day the futures market was banging. Intraday, small pullback, but rallied back. The Feds obviously came out with their mandate. They're going to backstop the market even more. They're, equipped to lead rates at the low aspect of what they are, basically near zero. But they also threw another curveball into the ring when they were saying that basically, with the way that things going, now they're changing their inflationary rate target, right? 2%.
Okay.
Yeah, 2% used to be the roof, right? Now they're saying that's just the standard. That's problematic in a lot of ways. For investors, they's like, these people finna unleash the boat. Literally, they finna just let this thing sail, let the debt be what it is, and not care about it, and let's just go.
Yeah,
It's
until
the first
election,
time
that's all
ever.
about.
Yeah, it's the first time ever in U.S. history something like this has ever happened. And a lot of people may not understand the magnitude of it, but again, if you follow the money, you understand the monetary policies, the true mandates of what the Fed is supposed to do, them having inflationary targets that they always try to keep in mind. It used to be always be this 2% stuff. They do, but they obviously that was the ceiling. They try to always keep it below that. Now they willing to raise that. Man, that's hey, whew. Again, backstop. Again, that's why y'all need to be invested in markets, because if this stuff begin to really hit, because a lot of these small businesses are going to go under, a lot of these companies going fold, bankruptcies are starting to happen, consolidation period is starting to happen in American society, where you're going to have a new clash of an industry. We were already somewhat in that mandate anyway to a lot of ways. It's a revamping of the American system as we know it, and this pandemic exposed it. And because of that, it's like the Phoenix theory, right? New stuff going to be born out of these ashes. And if you're not a part of those folds, those industries, those opportunities, you're going to be left behind, right? Hospitality industry is going to change as we know it forever in a lot of ways because of this COVID-19 situation. Who knew America, we walk around in masks, right? Of all people, how uncomfortable it is for a lot of people who saw China dealing with it for years. And it was because of their own doing, because of their industrial nation, right? That's the sacrifice they made to bring their country to a first world dominant superpower overnight. They cracked up them factories. The industry became ravenous, and the smog and pollution followed right behind it. Right, one of the most dirtiest nations on the planet, or period, because they churning out product. But what it has done to the economy and their society is exponentially growing them literally overnight. Chinese billionaires popped up out of overnight. Chinese millionaires popped up overnight. Technology and AI popped up out of this in a way where they ahead of everybody in the game in a lot of those industries and those fields. So they're dictating how the world will be in a lot of ways under their mandate. Hence they buying up land. They subsidizing countries now, with loans over there to the IMF, over the SAP. Right, America losing that stronghold foothold over Africa, over South America. They losing their foothold now, and China's replacing them. They buying up Jamaica. They buying up. They way over here, and they're buying up stuff.
Yep.
So strategically, they're putting their footprint down now to solidify their place as the world superpower to be and overtaking America. And they're already saying by 2025, well, before pre-pandemic, they were saying by 2025 that they was going to overtake them, meaning overtake America. As far as the world's superpower in that perspective, or at least economic aspect. And that's why these people are scared and they scrambling, right? Some of the old guard people that, held down the reign, were greedy, they didn't really want to, share the wealth and share the responsibility of growth and evolution in terms of this country. Hence, the education in this country is what? Garbage. Hence, a lot of the infrastructure in this country in terms of America is garbage. We can go on and on and on. We all live here. We know what's up. We ain't got to sit here and lie to ourselves. We straight because greed had no respective value in terms of really paying it forward to help really, make this strategic environment worth competing on a global level with people who may come up and threaten it at some point. So by doing that, now they want to try to placate to the people that they've been stealing from all the years and say, well, hey, but we've been there to run. No, y'all got rich while people were struggling and poor and hungry, and y'all showed who y'all really were. This pandemic even made it even more transparent. While people suffered, while people were drinking dirty water in Flint in a first world country that makes all this capital and they can't even get the water right. While sewage is overspilling in Mississippi in a first world country that got all this capital. And we can go on and on and on and on. Right. So again, don't let people buy you lie to you for your loyalty for a dusty vote, and they ain't gonna do nothing for you. Now you need to figure out how to way to do something for yourself. That's the power of the entrepreneur. And the business model in terms of an investor trader gives you that unequivocally, hands down, no discussion. You're in control. Once you learn how to control your own money. All right. So, and saying all that and get ready to close, that's why we come to these opportunities, these forums, these bills to think tank to discuss the greater opportunity theory out there that we all endeavor to have or be a part of at some point. Own your own business, being your own, own operator, being able to invest in stocks or equities, forex, crypto, gold, whatever it is, owning real estate, basically being the author of your own existence, right? The facilitator of your own existence, right? The king or queen or Oba or Ilba, right, of your own empire. Yeah, you might live on the turf and sequestered to some of the laws and the mandates, but you still are the king or the author of your own reality. Your loyalty lies in your family members and your peers who are respected in that perspective. It's not to some political party. It's not to some, puppet, president that people get all do it out and want to fight you about. Again, they gave away their power because it is always known, like I said before, many times, when you're desperate, some people, that's why they keep you that way. Your loyalty obviously shifts real easily because you're waiting on some person to throw you a bone. And they could be garbage, morally, ethically, all that stuff, but you will make excuse for why that person still is deserving of your loyalty. I've never seen this ever in my life. I've never been that kind of person since existence. I can attest for that. And to this day, it bothers me even more as an adult to see other grown people my age or whatever still acquiescing to this loser's game of system analysis, right? Waiting on the government, waiting on the system. Like, man, are you serious? These people that showed you who they are. They're showing you who they are daily. You need to find other ways to backstop your own life. Because again, here today, going tomorrow. And so again, I just want to make sure I leave y'all with that. Again, you don't need me to tell you that, but I do honor and I value you guys because I know a lot of people who turn their nose up to these conversations. They ain't got the time to listen. They can care less. But those are the people who always get strung up first.
Mm-hmm.
They're always the ones to be collateral damage first. Again, the three little pigs theory. Right? So y'all continue to build your house with bricks and steel and petrified wood, things of that nature. Build it strong too. Think well into the future. Your grandkids.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We behind because we didn't get started in our teenage years, a lot of us, but it's never too late. And so we're here now. As you said back in the old days, we're here now, right?
That's right.
So that's.
I always think about somebody said during generational wealth is important because if you think about as this country went through its processes, if you've always been excluded from the table of the negotiating table when things were happening, you're not building it. You're not building it in the process. So now the internet is decentralized that information. So now there's no excuse other than resources and time, which are a challenge, but you got to put the work in. I mean, it's hard.
Right.
Yeah, it's.
But again, so those sacrifices are not in vain because of the fact that, again, they do, you will get that ROI that you may not can see it right now, right? But if you can conceptualize the idea that you can put your sacrifices behind it, it will come. And so that's with any kind of notable investment out there, period. If it's built on a solid foundation, it's going to return, right? And on your investment, you're going to get a return on that investment. Right? So you got to do your research, of course. Your due diligence has to be in play. But some things are just no-brainers. You shouldn't have to wrestle as hard with it than you think you are, or than you need to, I should say, to make that decision. To let that money go down range, right? For some of my military people, right? Let the rounds go down range. In this case, let your money go down range now. Let it get to walking. Send it to war, well equipped. Don't send it out there with one boot on, 3 rounds in the magazine, no scope, right? No. Equip your money. Your money is again on the battlefield of opportunity. Give it the best of what you think it would need to go out there and perform so it can win some battles and bring back some more soldiers to work for you. Right. So again, so it's we have what we need. We're building it out daily. We have material, right? We have, again, people who are willing to share with you guys. Again, get intertwined in these forums, Discords, Twitter, Stock Twits, Facebook, wherever you got that you can find like-minded people who thinking like you, right? And then pick their brains. Ask us a gazillion questions. Ain't no such thing as a dumb question when it comes to you find out a way to get a bag, right? Do it with respect, of course, and don't take an entitled mindset like people owe it to you. That's the wrong thing to do, but they don't. But they're doing it the same way that they got it, and they will pay it for it, I guarantee it, because they see there's power in numbers. It's the village theory, right? As we always say, Ubuntu on this channel. Ubuntu. I am because we are. We do it together. Right? And so again, I just want to make sure I say that in closing here is that, again, we are in a unique position. We're finna see, again, potentially, we'll see how this election shake out, right? And I don't want to ruffle no feather because I get to saying, we may have Joe Biden. Some people ain't gonna like that. If I say Trump gonna stay, some people ain't gonna like that. That's all right. I'm gonna say, I don't, again, me personally, y'all know my opinion. I don't like none of the candidates for this election cycle. That's just me. I think this is gonna be one of the most ratchetest, people to choose from, because you really don't know a definitive value of any of their policies. I'm just being honest. What are their definitive policies? Anybody give me a definitive policy coming out of Trump on a second term or a Biden first term? Anybody, please enlighten me.
All I know is they're gonna fudge the books. That's all I know.
I'm being honest, right? Give me some definitive policies. Give me some tangible resolutions, please. I'm begging you. That's how seriously I'm begging now. Like, please, man, throw me something, right? I know in the middle of a pandemic, that don't stop the show though.
Well, the biggest thing I think is okay. So we know we're in this trend of trying to keep some sanity into our economy and everything else. So that's why I think both parties and you see now that there's no really independent candidates or anything else because nobody's even playing around anymore. But we know, like you were saying earlier, our education system and stuff like we have to get better really quickly. So that's why I'm thinking the infrastructure bill, both of them will agree on something. Not before it's just too close to the election to do it. So I'm thinking it's going to come post. I don't know how long it's going to take, but because they didn't give out anything for unemployment, so they just deal with it until the election happens. So. I think, yeah, exactly. So I think that is definitely going to happen post-election. I don't know when, but that should boost, Main Street and because ultimately, if Main Street starts to holler louder, if politicians do respond.
Well, they've been hollering for a while. Now I'm gonna say this here, brother Phil. Now you know what I know.
I know.
Main Street and Wall Street is two different streets.
Yes.
Right? It ain't even South Side. It ain't even South Side and North. Because in most parts of America, the South side of town is supposed to be what? The black side or the bad side, right?
That's right.
This is some old South side and West side of stuff. I don't know what's going on in this. Because again, they know y'all know because we're investors and traders. If that stock market ain't struggling, they can care less about what Main Street really, really needs. Because majority of people who follow the markets are people who are of that ilk, right? Or of that echelon of politics, right? That class of people are only concerned with keeping their riches protected. And as soon as that
stuff, they worry about their interest.
They worry about their interest.
Rate. If they get 2 or 3%, they're good to go.
They good. They're like, man, them people they resilient. That's why all that resilient talk come around. American people are resilient. And all that stuff. That's pastor chop propaganda preaching. Because they know that's what people want to hear. But you can't you can't feed your children on hearsay, on what something sounds good. That it sounds good, but it ain't tasting good. I can't taste it. Again, it's like Dr. Claude Anderson say, you outside the restaurant and they saying, yeah, we're gonna feed everybody. They take a steak, come outside and rub it up against outside of your belly. You don't get full by that. You rub it on the outside of my stomach does not make me full, right?
You drop 25 million jobs and you bring back 10. There's 15 million people plus the ones that you're not even counting anymore. So somebody says, look at the not the unemployment rate. Look at the what is it called? The
reemployment.
Not reemployment. It's called something else. Oh, the usage rate.
Okay. Yeah,
so employment usage rate. So meaning that what is the percent of population that is not unemployed, but what part of the participation, employment participation rate, what's the percentage of the population that is participating in the economy? If that number gets so low, then the only way you control society is with more police officers or whatever. But there's never enough police, I always say. There's never going to be enough police if people get upset about if only the 1% are making money, then you're going to have problems. So they have to respond. Right.
No, go ahead. I want to cut your bill. Go ahead.
No, which you have to respond. So I don't know how sustainable that is past the election. You follow me? The point is, once you get elected, then that you push. It's sort of like fourth quarter in a game, right? You play up until that last minute, and then once the election's over, then you kind of reassess. So that's where I think that deep breath comes in, and that's that pullback that we saw in March. I'm not saying we're going down all the way there, but I mean that's where people talk about the W, not the V,
right?
But the W, because you get that pullback, and then you have to figure out, okay, how are we going to compete with China and some other places unless we do some kind of infrastructure to get people to where they need to be, coding wise or whatever it is, so we can literally compete with the rest of the world. We only have 370 million. And China and India got 1.2 billion, and right. So it's 7 billion people on the planet.
Again, the emerging market theory, right? Yes. I've been talking about emerging markets for well over near 2 years. The importance of that, understand to gravitate to these new markets because they now will be a force to be reckoned with when they really start to begin to come online. And the old markets in America, the old pipelines and companies that already been in there, been living good. They finna start regressing, and it's showing. Because people want that new money. So you got to keep the EMC, on your radar, right? The emerging markets, right? So some of you guys may be new to that stuff. I'm talking about it a lot. We always talk about, what is it? What is that ticker symbol? God dang it.
Oh, I have it in my list here.
I just spread it out and see if it'll come up under the MF. Yes, it. I know I right. You saying it right too, right? The EML, right? And there's several of them. That's why you can.
Yeah, that's right.
There's several of them, but the most notable ones is EMF. Then you got some ADR type ones. Again, that of the Asian value. So, but again, same reality. Even pre-COVID, it was kind of making this move, pulling back. It then began to kind of rebalance itself, come back a little bit. It pulled back a solid. Then obviously COVID hit. It pulled back again. Now it's starting to kind of make its, again, it's another, it's solidifying its place in terms of what it will be like a post-COVID reality. Now because a lot of these countries now have leaned more on their own opportunity to really build out their environment because now they're forced to. Right, industry was already looking to be in these places like India and Brazil or South America, period, and just whatever, even Africa. Now they're going to start to get some shine because those are still fledgling markets. They're still fledgling markets that need to be infrastructured out. Right, tech. That's why obviously Jack Dorsey, people laughed at him for going to Africa. He shut the company. Well, he didn't shut it down, but he turned over his CEO reins to somebody in the house, and he went to Africa. And then people criticize him. Why you want to go to Africa? Right? I'm like, idiot. That's gonna be that's Africa's revolutionary. It has everything it needs in the ground, right?
In the
Or in
ground,
its
that
seed.
still
You
got
don't
most
need
of
nobody else.
everything.
No
That's why China's over there.
Right. It don't need no imports. It's the only nation on the planet, or only continent on the planet. If it shut its borders to everybody else will lack and starve, and eventually crash and burn. True story. True story. If Africa ever cut off its spigot to the entire world, everybody else will crumble over time. Especially people like France and Germany, all these people that still sitting there parasiting off them, England and they still parasiting off Africa and America. If Africa ever shut down the spigot to these people, they will perish. And so, of course, it's a strategic interest to get in that. Hence, China, like brother saying, and a lot of people know that anyway because they got everything they need in the ground. The best soil, right? The best minerals, the best, some of the best fisheries outside their coastlines. I mean, it's still like almost like prehistoric over there.
Once they develop their tech, I mean, it's going to be off the chain. So,
the land mass. I mean, it's still hard bush just to even move a bag of rice in Africa. You still got to go through, hard terrain in a lot of places. Because, again, but for the most part, when that all comes, and these people really wake up, I'm saying that far to African leadership, they really got to wake up, stop this foolishness.
Yeah.
But again, we know why that's happening too, because again, they've been paid out coups and people still doing the strategic interest like they've been doing, assassinating people, turning people on something because they don't want African people to stand on their own. This ain't nothing new, right? It's a part of this ugly stain in terms of America and everybody else that's been, that's why I say, man, you got to realize what you gotta really stop and think about what you subscribe to. And a lot of people, it's hard for them to really think about things in that perspective because they think, okay, well, at least I get a chance, like I always say, at least I get a chance to go to McDonald's at 2 a.m. in the morning, as if that's something.
Right.
As if that's like, oh, man, that's like the greatest thing ever, man. I can roll up at McDonald's at 2 a.m. in the morning, man. Man, look. Okay, our brother Chadwick.
Long game.
Our brother Chadwick Boseman just passed for colon cancer at 43 years old.
43, yeah.
So, ain't no secret. Colon cancer. What affects colon cancer? What you put in your body. Yeah. I hate to say it, but I gotta say it. So at some point, he might have had a bad eating, scenario, and it got out of control.
Yeah.
Phenomenal brother. Miss him. It hurt me to even know that he passed from that. That was a shocker. Right. It was like colon cancer. He's 43. That don't really be an issue till you get in your 50s. For most men, especially black males. So that means if it was already at stage 3, he was dealing with this years ago in his 30s. Let that marinate for some of my young folks out there, especially young brothers out here. Think you got the same intestinal or internal organs and this, that, and the third that you had when you was a teenager.
Well, that's probably going to McDonald's at 3 o'clock in the morning.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, my point. That's exactly why I said it. You see eye to eye, you get it. I try to be sneaky with my parables, right? But I understand because sometimes people can't receive it in a certain way. But realizing the strength and health, how important it is, it's imperative that we start paying attention to these things. Because these people, again, you see how fast they're trying to rush a vaccine? And the people out their own mouth, Dr. Fauci and everybody else came out their own mouth and told you it's going to be about a 50% efficacy value at most. I mean, or at best, right? And,
at best,
or and you may get lucky. We may get lucky and get a 70% effective vaccine. That's lucky. That's the luck case. That's not even part of the quantitative data. Luck case. They got to throw that in the metric. So you mean to tell me they're going to be back at 50% for a vaccine? So 50% people may benefit from it, and the other 50% it'd be like a placebo that ain't worth nothing. Couldn't make this stuff up, but you're in the greatest country ever, right? You got the best scientists ever. You got the greatest economy ever. That's what they've been saying this whole pandemic. You got the greatest this and greatest that and great. Joker can't even kill the common cold. Man, stop. That's all I'm saying, guys.
Yeah. There's some work to be done. That's for sure.
Exactly. Right. Major work to be done. And so all I'm saying is, guys, learn how to think for yourselves. Learn how to be about your own business. Learn how to, lead from the front and not from the back, much as you possibly can. learn how to build with others, learn how to not burn bridges, learn how to build bridges, right? And establish a pipeline of people around you who will go to war for you, mentally, intellectually, and sometimes possibly physically if it come down to it. But most part, we're trying to fight wars on the intellectual side. We're dealing with people who have quants upon data, algorithms and think tanks that are always trying to outsmart the average person to keep the power away from the average person, their life and their reality. And so you're fighting that. And so just realize, guys, I'm like I said before, I'm appreciative of everybody that come through here. We're small, but we're a powerful little force in our own little right, because we're doing what a lot of people are afraid to do. A lot of y'all peers, y'all family members are afraid to step into this arena, right? I don't know why, but y'all know why. And so you being, again, that vanguard or that one or two people who are in the household or in the family structure that's saying, hey, we got something here. When you get time, come check me out. All right, let's learn together. That's revolutionary, because these kids can benefit from it.
Yep.
Right? So pay it forward. Get them on the right track. Introduce them to them early, because their minds are like sponges. Imagine where they will be 5 or 6 years after they get a crash course of this stuff. Man, look, you talking about, man, you've been going to your kid, let me borrow 100,000 a day. Oh, again, Dad. Yeah, I need to buy 100,000. I'm sorry. Revolutionary.
That's it.
Right? And they made that on one trade. All right, I got you. All right, give me about a few hours. Let me go, hit Tesla up real quick here. They acting a fool over there. Right? I'll be right back. Right? So again, revolutionary. So let me get out of here, guys. We've been going in here for some hours here. It's been great. I love it. Get ready to get me a little late dinner here. Get me some assistance so I can get back to studying and getting ready for tomorrow, futures market, and what's to come Monday. Who knows? It's gonna be another wild week. We know we got some, again, all-time highs. We're sitting at all-time highs. Let me repeat, we're sitting at all-time highs in the middle of a pandemic, and things that are strong tend to get stronger. So we'll see if they can keep, kicking this can down the road, or if we have any notable pullbacks. We got the news coming out for Microsoft and Walmart, Oracle, whatever, with this ByteDance, TikTok deal. We got Tesla split, 5-1. We got an Apple split, 4-1. All right, that's going to be a big energy wave coming Monday. I'm waiting to see what the options are going to look like when they open the option flow chart up, for those, how they're going to be priced at a premium or mid-rate level, or neutral, or, low. But I think it's going to be high, because ain't nobody going to let the option go quick. Last long. They're going to turn over so fast. Yeah. You're going to have to have your finger on the trigger like a video game on them. But, we know the deal, so we know the landscape, what we're preparing for. So with that being said, guys, I'm get ready to get out of here. Thank you, Oberfield, for coming through as always. Thank you as always. You always bring knowledge and truth to power when you come on, when you can. Over Brandon, Sister Mo, y'all already know it. Everybody that came on, over Chris, Ilba, Monica, she broke down again a lot of her, awesome opportunity that she's offering through her business, Land Professional Solutions. Definitely go subscribe to her channel. She's building it out. She got a wealth of knowledge. Our sister Play Hot came through today. Play Hot Adventures. Go subscribe to that sister channel ASAP. You won't be disappointed. Period. She's solid. Sister Camille. Over Jay. Over everybody, right? Over Sunline, Brother Mathis, Brother over Caesar, over Gordon came through today. The whole gang. Right? Y'all folks say gang, the whole gang, right? I guess I'm old, right? Brother Jay, our family BK Soul Farm, Brother Ali. Again, y'all, everybody, right? Everybody. I don't leave nobody behind. Brother D, Sister Unique came through. She came through today. Sister Simply Unique. Over Sunline, everybody, right? Again, peace, power, and profit to you all. My best to y'all. I look forward to our next live stream that we go live. Again, keep your ear out for the giveaway. I will be giving away, like I said, 3 T-shirts over the next 3 weeks as a way of giving back. We hit that 1,000 subscriber mark. It's small for a lot of people, but for us, I think it's humongous. In my mind, I'm appreciative of it. I'm humble. I'm honored. And so that's, I'm going to do that. We'll come up with some kind of poll giveaway or drawing. And so we'll give away, 1 free T-shirt every week out of my merchandise to let you know I appreciate you guys. So tune in for that. Either check the community post, or I might do a small video or doing a live stream, whatever. So that way you guys can know what's going on as far as that. All right. So last words on the way out the door, over Brent, Phil Branch, any last words on the way out, Phil? Probably already. Yep, I think he already shut down his. But Brandon, any last words on the way out?
Watch the markets, study the markets, and take from the markets.
Facts. I second that and salute that out the gate. Eva Monica, I don't know if you're available or not. Any last words on the way out, Eva Monica? I know she's probably busy right now anyway, too, man. She's been grinding all day. That's just be getting it in, boy. You talking about a hard-working sister? That's just be getting it in. So, yeah, she probably getting it in. So, again, all you guys in the back chat, again, peace, power, profit to y'all. Thank y'all. I'm humbled. Again, can't stress it enough. Tune in. Whenever we go live, when we can, like, share, subscribe. If you choose to, again, it's not a mandate over here, right? We just believe in trying to put out good content based upon what we know, what we can quantify, and back it up by some real data, right? And not just talking points. And we're just trying to help everybody kind of walk into a bag, right? That's what it's all about over here, trying to help you walk into your bag, right? And so we appreciate you all, and you guys are to be respected and commended and saluted daily, right? Daily, right? Don't get it twisted over here. You are family over here, I guarantee you, right? And you respect it. So peace, power, and profit to y'all. See you guys on the next live stream. Tune in, and I will see you guys on the next one. Peace, everybody. Peace.